How you doing?
I'm good.
Fantastic, fantastic. So, how long have you been doing, music for?
Oh, more than a decade now.
Okay.
But then professionally, I would say 5 years back.
Okay, 5 years back. And what are some of the things that inspire you in terms of your music?
Well, my inspiration always comes from the legends from the West, talking about the likes of the late Uncle CK Man.
Okay.
The rest of the Uncle J. Ambules, the Papa Yansons. And
Okay.
the rest, yeah. So
What is it about the guys from the West that gets you?
the guys in the West.
Yeah, I mean, because you say your inspiration comes from the guys
comes from the, coming from the West.
Legends from the West.
Sure, coming from the West, One thing I realized or I've noticed is that me coming from the West, and I think it's a legacy that is being left behind. That we, the new artists, or let's say the new generation, we are also trying to put across for the next generation from the West to also come and follow. So to me, I think being inspired by legends like Uncle CK, Papa Yancy, those you don't have any option than to do good music. You understand? So it's been an inspiration and a legacy we are trying to follow. So you don't have any option than to do any crap. You understand? So.
Fantastic. So tell us about your body of work. What have you been doing? What have you done so far?
I'm always working. I'm always working. Big ups to Shock Entertainment. We've got everything set, studio, everything set. So anytime I feel like doing any vibe, I just go straight to the studio. We have big ups to all the engineers I'm working with. Willis Beats, Ivan Beats, and the rest of them. So anybody who pass through the studio, we just have a vibe. So I'm always working 24/7.
Okay. Well, how many singles do you have out? How many?
A lot,
EPs,
but
albums?
I don't know the actual number of songs that I've already got out. But I know that I have more than 10 songs out. More than 10 songs. Like professionally, when I started doing music, let's say from Satan to Love Wins, and I think it's more than 10 songs. Yeah, more than 10 singles. But I would say the Satan brought me into the limelight, and the Kuti pushed it. Right now, the Envy is on, and then
what inspired that song, Satan?
Well, Satan is just a normal gospel song. Actually, it was inspired by my dad, because my dad is one of the elders in Pentecost, and he always go like Charlie, that kind of vibe. So I'll say that very song was inspired by him. I wanted to do something gospel. So it was inspired by him too.
All right. What's the current next project that we can expect?
Well, the current one is Love Reigns.
Yeah,
Love Reigns. It's a love song actually, and then basically talks about a man and a woman being in a relationship, and you as the man or you as the woman or giving your love out, like nothing like that. You have to let the love reign. So yeah, you giving out the love.
Is that something related to your own life?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. Nice one.
Yeah, it's related to my life.
Where do we find your music?
Also, sure, like the digital stores everywhere, like iTunes, SoundCloud, Audio Mark, and the rest. Everywhere you get your music, you can find ISM there. You can follow me at ISM Music to AYESEM.
ISM Music.
Yeah, ISM Music. Yeah, on all social media.
On all social media platforms. Fantastic. Well, it's good talking to you. We hope to listen to get more good music from you.
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
All right. So good morning and welcome to Breakfast Daily. My name is David Kwaku Sakyi.
And I am Dziffa Ametam. Thank you guys so much for being with us this Wednesday morning. It's going to be a fun show. It will be interactive. Wherever you are, we want to hear from you. Just use the hashtag Breakfast Daily to join the conversation.
Yes, and our WhatsApp line is 0550585832. Kindly prefix that with +233 for those of you who are outside Ghana.
Yeah, and I think it's about that time of the day where we all need a bit of inspiration to kickstart our morning. So take a look at our quote this morning. And as we are waiting for the quote of the day, we're going to go through Hello, Mr. President today. We've received so many videos from across the country, issues to do with CHIPS compound, problems with roads, schools that we'll be looking at. And of course, if you guys have not yet sent in your videos, you know what to do. Send them to us via the email, helloMrPresidentTV@gmail.com. You can also WhatsApp them to us. Our WhatsApp line is 0550585832, and we will show them right here on Breakfast Daily every Wednesday at 9:30 a.m. It is very important for us to hold our policymakers accountable. It's important for all of us to be active participants of our own development. If we don't hold them accountable, they are going to take us for granted and do what they think is right for us.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about holding them accountable, I think that on voting day, we also need to make people make a statement as to what it is that we really want ourselves, you know, and the show that will help us to be informed enough to make the right decision is Voter's Diary. Radio, it's 1 p.m. on radio, and on TV right here on City TV, it's at 3 p.m. You don't want to miss any of it because it's so impactful, you know, it's so enlightening. There's so much that knowledge and research that has gone into it, and we really need to plug in and listen and pick up all the information that we need to be able to make a good informed choice come voting day.
Yes. Yeah. Now let's take a look at our quote of the day.
So the quote of the day today comes from Edith Wharton. Edith Wharton says, there are two ways of spreading light: to be the candle or the mirror that reflects it. Either you're the candle or you're a mirror that reflects the candle. That's a really good one. You know, because sometimes you realize that in life, just by reflecting, you know, the goodness that somebody else is portraying is good enough. You know, you may not be able to, you know, dig deep enough and you know, and churn it out yourself, but all you need to do is to be a reflection of what goodness is coming from elsewhere. You know, and that blesses other people as well.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic.
And I think it's important, you know, because for all of us, especially now with coronavirus, people have lost their jobs, people have lost their family members. It can feel a little bit gloomy and dark. So how do we intentionally say we're going to brighten up our side of the world, whether it be your homes, your churches, your mosque, wherever it is you find yourself? How do you face? And it doesn't cost anything, right? But it's priceless, and the impact it will have on them would be, you can't even measure it, right? So wherever we find ourselves in this world, let's ask ourselves, how more can I help just make someone's life a little bit better?
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, later on in the show, Philip Kofi Ashon will be joining us on Consumer Tech segment, and yesterday there was the Apple event, so he's going to bring us highlights from that. And Dziffa, I watched it, and oh my goodness, I mean, the sorts of things that we're getting into these days. I mean, I'm wondering to myself, so, okay, are we not going to leave anything for 10 years' time? You know, it's like incredible gadgetry, and we'll get into all of that later on in the show, on the Consumer Tech segment. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and earlier this week, I actually spent some time with some entrepreneurs in the restaurant space. You know, when the coronavirus pandemic hit, a lot of them suffered the worst end of the pandemic because they had just launched their businesses. Nothing was happening. We closed down our borders. Tourists couldn't come into the country anymore. So it's like, okay, how am I going to pay my staff? How am I going to keep operating when people are being told to stay home, people are being told to socially distance, the kind of things that people do to actually de-stress. We are telling them to not do that anymore, you know, and entrepreneurs like Naoyo Komoji of SCs and Lexi Boaheng of Cafe Akua launched their restaurants right at the beginning of the pandemic. So, and they're still functioning, they're still operating, they're still doing their best. So I met with them to just ask exactly what they've been doing to thrive, you know, and some of the things they said were that they had to leverage technology, you know, to really, because if you know now, she's a food blogger, she's been doing a lot of things. So leveraging technology, figuring out creative ways to meet people where they are. If people don't want to dine in anymore and take out, how do you ensure that you are serving them and all of that? So it was quite interesting.
Well, I mean, I think that, you know, the COVID period has really forced us to dig deep and come up with all kinds of, you know, creative ways. So I think, it'll be fascinating to hear their stories, and see what it is that they did and all of that. For me, a lot of the times, I think that what tends to happen, invention, necessity is the mother of invention, and so I think it's important for us to really appreciate what it is that many people have done at this time, So let's take a look at that story, your conversation with them.
Yes, let's do that.
And then we'll come back and continue the conversation.
Na Oyokomoji is a food blogger who launched her restaurant Essie's after the lifting of the partial lockdown. Fortunately, Na was not perturbed by the pandemic. She used the difficult times as an opportunity to better serve her customers.
So one of our strategies was, increasing the use of social media and other digital tools. I mean, it's not like we weren't already using them, but now it's like you have to really, go all out and you're using WhatsApp, you're using Google Forms, you're using Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, everywhere.
Despite her resilience, Na Oyo has not been spared from the increased cost of doing business that has come with complying by the coronavirus protocols.
You are already paying so much for your electricity bill, you have your staff that you have to pay, etc. And then you have ingredients, etc. Like every day I buy.
Lexi Boaheng is the founder of Cafe Akua. She opened her restaurant a few weeks before the pandemic and has been operating since. Although her business is doing relatively well, she has also not been spared from the financial burdens of the pandemic.
Buying sanitizer and buying masks. Like, who would have ever thought that before someone walks in, they have to use a gel to rub their hand? And that's an extra cost that we didn't budget for in our business plan initially. Making sure everyone wears masks, that's an extra cost that we didn't think. Who would have, honestly, who would have ever thought that we'd have to take out chairs and tables just so that we can, provide some social distancing? We can't even make use of this gorgeous ensemble because of the space.
In spite of these challenges, Lexi is hopeful that the hospitality industry will see better days.
So I'm definitely confident that we will have a buzz like we did last year. Whether it's as much, that's the questionable side. But I do believe we'll have a lot of visitors this year. I mean, we've changed our menu. We have a new menu in preparation for them, just giving them a bit more variety and adding a vegan menu to it as well. If you're vegan, we have a vegan option that can satisfy your need, because we know a lot of people that are visiting have different expectations.
Some entrepreneurs have found innovative ways of helping these eateries succeed. Kingsley Abrakwa is the founder of Kudigo. He shares the value his company brought entrepreneurs.
For people in the food services business, restaurants, bars, and pubs, what we did for them is we first of all ensure that they are able to offer delivery to customers without having to get their own delivery resources. So as of today, we have over 100 buy companies working with us, such that a typical restaurant you go to, instead of going there, you can just order online from their storefront and they'll deliver to you. We also went further to create a WhatsApp shop for them. We have some restaurants who, once you chat their WhatsApp number, it will instantly let you order without interacting with a human being. And the whole idea is to help them manage the inflow of traffic from all these customers, at the same time ensuring that people don't have to come to the restaurant to be able to buy food from them.
Seth Chum Akwabua, the CEO of the Association of Ghanaian Industries, believes that while the achievements of these entrepreneurs are commendable, they will need specialized support from the government.
I think by Christmas, business would come up, because the easing of the restrictions and all that, gradually business is picking up. So they have to prepare. And one way to help them prepare, because they lost some of their staff, they have to regroup, they have to reorganize, they have to recruit new staff. How can we assist them to train new staff so that they get ready for...
Yeah, so that conversation there, I think it's what struck me about that is how the ecosystem, it's not just one particular group of people, but an entire ecosystem has developed as a result, you know, of this pandemic, and they need to become creative in order to keep serving, you know, customer base. I think it's just fantastic.
Yeah, and when you look across the world, I mean, I was just in the U.S. a couple of weeks ago. Businesses have closed down, you know, and these were businesses that actually got support from the U.S. government.
Yeah.
Most of our entrepreneurs have not gotten anything.
Kind of,
Now, you and Lexi both said they didn't even go for the MBSSI support because they don't know the whole process, the past experiences with government. They're just trying to hustle in their little corners and make it work, right? So these are businesses that are literally just growing on revenue and the innovation, the way they've realized that, okay, let me put this in place. Let me reach people where they are. Let me not force people to come into my spaces. And they're still hopeful, you know, and I think that is the light at the end of the tunnel. The fact that there are entrepreneurs out there who are still hopeful, who are looking forward to better days, who know that Christmas season is coming. Perhaps more people will come into the country. It's a risk that they are taking. It's a 50% chance that people will come, 50% chance that they won't. But the fact that they're still positioning themselves right means that when they get the perfect opportunity, they will just take off, right? And could it go? I mean, first off,
that's amazing.
When I was at Cafe Akua, I saw them using Kudigo. So someone places an order, they put the food in the bag, and then there's this cute little machine that will print the receipts for them, help them really integrate into the online space, you know, because for a lot of business owners, especially those with brick and mortar, you really focus on driving traffic to your location because you're paying a lot of money for rent. So adapting to the online world can be challenging. So Kingsley and his team are like, all these guys are struggling with getting clients to actually dine in because people are not doing that anymore. How do we make the process easy for them? How do we help them with their social media? How do we help them with their customer service? How do we help them with something as important as printing receipts and deliveries? And all these are young Ghanaian innovators.
I mean, I was taken by the when he said about, he said over 100 delivery, you know, companies are on board, and to me, I'm just thinking about it like, you know, how many jobs have been provided through this very simple but easy to miss innovation, you know, that they've created, and whilst everything looks like doom and gloom around, there's a bright light somewhere that's really burning and helping people, and people are plugging in. Look, suddenly many people who would have otherwise been lounging at home doing nothing, they have a job to go to. You know, go pick up, go and deliver. People now are comfortable in their offices or at home. They know they can just order what they want to eat, and it comes to them, and in a short space of time. You don't have to wait forever for that to happen. I just think it's fantastic. For me, that's what, like I said earlier, the whole ecosystem, you know, it was just fantastic. That's a really good.
Yes, and it's time for us to check out news across the country with News Roundup. Let's take a look.
Good morning and welcome to News Roundup on City TV. I am Fatih Amin Ibrahim from the Ashanti region. In this edition, managers of the Kumasi Central Prisons are worried about the poor state of the facility's health center. They are therefore asking relevant authorities to fix the problem to facilitate effective health delivery in the prison. The Kumasi Central Prisons currently host 2,000 inmates, a number way beyond its original capacity. According to managers, the facility is unable to adequately cater for sick prisoners anytime they report sick, a situation they bemoaned. Assistant Superintendent of the Kumasi Central Prison in charge of the Central Prison's Health Center, Stephen Kuma, made this known to City News after receiving donations from Victory Land Foundation. According to him, the health center started by the management of the prison is faced with numerous difficulties, particularly when it comes to medical supplies, since government support has been slow. They are thus appealing to benevolent individuals and organizations to come to the aid of the inmates. Moving on, Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who is on a campaign tour of the Ashanti region, is spearheading an initiative aimed at garnering more Zongo votes in the region for the NPP. He has been explaining to the many Zongo communities in the Ashanti region the new Patriotic Party's agenda of addressing their developmental needs. The Vice President mentioned the Zongo Development Fund as a key initiative the Akua-led government was using to bring the needed development to Zongo communities across the country. He says the administration is also prioritizing education in these areas since that was the only way to empower inhabitants there. Addressing chiefs and people of Asokori Zongo in the Setri East District of the Ashanti region, Dr. Bawumia says the NPP's promise to build model senior high schools in Zongo communities across the country will be fulfilled. Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who has been meeting chiefs and people of some Zongo communities as part of a tour of the Ashanti region, called on inhabitants to vote massively for the NPP in the upcoming polls. That's all for News Roundup from the Ashanti region. I am Fatih Ibrahim. Many thanks for watching.
All right, so that's it for the new regional news roundup today. You know, and let me just mention again that, you know, before we go for a news review segment, the Voters Diary is that show that you don't want to miss, okay? On radio, it's at 1 p.m., so those of you who are tuned to your radio at the time, just make sure you're there, 1 p.m. It will be hosted by Apena, Yameche, and Pedu. And then also at 3 p.m., with Vivian Kailoko right here on City TV. You don't want to miss that. It's so packed with information, with good research, you know, a lot of history and all of that in there. You don't want to miss it. It will help us to make an informed choice. Yeah. Yeah,
and for the news review, we'll be talking about parliamentarians getting some 200 police. You know, some people agree, some people don't. We'll also be looking
I don't think it's a good idea.
What do you think about it, actually?
No, I actually don't think it's a good idea.
Why?
No, because I think that it's first of all, I think it's a knee-jerk reaction. I think that there's something we call executive protection. Okay, that's elite bodyguard work, right? If you put somebody in a space to provide bodyguard service, and they've not been trained at an elite level to do that, right? The person can rather become a danger. You know, because you put a weapon in somebody's hand.
But I'm assuming they'll train them first.
So yes, so it's a fair assumption to make. But you know, yesterday the conversation was going on. It was like, oh no, the police are there. They're already being paid. So just redeploy them, and then you know, and it's as simple as that. It's not as simple as that. Okay. You know, for me, I think that it's important that we put a lot of thought in this. I don't have any issues with parliamentarians being provided security. We just need to do it properly, you know. And so if they're going to provide 200, fair enough. But it should make sure that these 200 are actually properly trained, which means extra investment. It's not just a matter of redeploying and say, oh, you people from tomorrow go and join, you know, the.
But some people also say, what happens to the rest of us if the police is doing it? But the politicians are here. They're going to help us understand all of that. So you don't want to miss news review. And of course, Apple launched iPhone 12 Pro. Which I'm not getting because I can't afford it.
Okay, wait. No. But, you know, you can't say that, Dziffa. You can't say that. Because the 12 Pro is actually the same price as the 11 Pro was when it was released.
Yeah, but if I bought the whatever one, SE, I'm sticking to my SE.
Oh, but you know the SE is really affordable?
It is. Yeah. That was the point.
So what they've done now is that they have the 12 Mini, the 12,
so they're bringing back the tiny ones.
Yeah.
I love the tiny ones.
The 12 Pro, and the 12 Pro Max.
Okay, so maybe I'll get the 12 Mini. I'm throwing it in the air.
I think it's crazy.
Universe,
Apple
please answer.
Incredible. Yeah.
Looking for the 12 Mini.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much for spending your Wednesday morning with us. This is still Breakfast Daily on City TV. My name is Dziffa, aka Ametam.
And I'm David Kwaku.
It's an interactive show. So wherever you are, we want to hear from you. Just use the hashtag Breakfast Daily to join the conversation.
Yes, and our WhatsApp line is 0550585832. News review, it's up next. Don't go anywhere.
We'll be right back.
There is no promise we cannot keep. There is no commitment we cannot honor. There is no delivery we cannot guarantee. There is only one Bethel Logistics Company Limited, a licensed international freight forwarding and clearing agent, a trusted global brand with an extensive network for the movement of air freight and ocean freight worldwide. We are the trusted name for road freight into Western and Northern Africa. We are fully accredited by Ghana Customs and Excise. We cater for all your freight forwarding, customs clearing and forwarding, cross trades, inland transportation, internal cargo tracking systems, customer freight costing and consultancy, cold chain logistics management, logistics and warehousing, quality inspection, and much more. In Accra, Tema, and Takrady, we are always available to ensure easy movement of cargo countrywide. Call us on 0204 528 900 or 0244 707 859. Email info@bethellogistics.com. Locate us in Accra at North Ridge, adjacent Accra Girls High School, or in Tema at Community 4, or in Takrady on the second floor of the GCB building. Website bethellogistics.com. Bethelog, experts in shipping logistics.
Hello Ghanaians, my name is Mrs. Kosi Yankee Aye. I am the Executive Director for the National Board for Small Scale Industries, NBSSI. Through the Kabas Initiative, we have disbursed funds to over 100,000 beneficiaries across the nation. Several local businesses have seen the impact of our work, and we will continue to give more of them hope amidst this global pandemic era that has negatively impacted all of us.
MBSSI, a new era for SMEs.
Welcome back. It's the news review segment of Breakfast Daily. Thank you so much for staying with us. We'll take a look at our newspaper headlines, some online stories, and then we'll introduce our guests who are already seated. Let's start off with the Daily Graphic. On the front page of the Daily Graphic, we have lump sum differences. Government to pay retirees. Pensioners from January to December 2020 are beneficiaries. That story is on page 3. We've initiated 1,011 SHS projects since 2017. That's coming from the Education Minister, and that story is on page 16. We'll now go on to the Ghanaian Times. On the front page of the Ghanaian Times, we have MPs to get police bodyguards. That's coming from the Interior Minister, Ambrose Derry, and that story is on page 4. We'll be taking a look at that shortly. Fallout from implementation of National Pension Act 766, government to pay all 2020 retirees arrears. That story is on page 12. We'll go on to the Finder. On the front page of the Finder, we have Ghana establishes commission to demarcate land and maritime boundaries. That story is on page 4. NPP initiates 1,011 SHS infrastructure projects. That's coming from the Education Minister, and that story is on page 5. NPP notifies Speaker to sack Fomena MP for going independent. That story is on page 5 as well. 719 new basic school blocks create 34,416 new seats. It's coming from the minister there, and that story is also on page 5 as well. The presidency is not a remedial class for correction of mistakes. That's Dr. Bawumia to Mahama, and that story is on page 4. Pension disparities resolved. Government will absorb shortfalls in pension lump sum. That's coming from the president, and that story is on page 8. We'll now take a look at our final newspaper, the New Crusading Guide. Bawumia knocks Mahama, says presidency, not remedial class to correct mistakes. We'll now take a look at some more online stories from citynewsroom.com. On citynewsroom.com, we have police protection for MPs will compromise public security. That's coming from the Bureau of Public Safety. And of course, they are responding to MPs getting some police protection. Ashanti region residents lament high cost of rent as housing deficit worsens. Supreme Court to hear Kennedy Japon's contempt plea today. NBSSI staff in Tamale chased out by alleged NPP youth group. We'll now take a look at some more online stories from citybusinessnews.com, your most comprehensive portal for business news. NIC commences training of security personnel to boost insurance awareness. MTN withdraws suit seeking Supreme Court review of market share regulation ruling. Prioritize debt sustainability and efficient public spending. That's coming from the World Bank to Ghana. Of course, it's an interactive show, so wherever you're watching us from, we want to hear from you. If you're on Facebook, just comment down below. If you're on other social media platforms, the hashtag to use is Breakfast Daily. And if you want to reach us directly, our WhatsApp line is 0550585832. If you're outside Ghana, the country code is +233. I have with me Gabriela Tete, who's a National Communications team member of the NDC. Good morning, Gabriela.
Good morning, Dziffa.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Looking very bright.
Thank you.
In your red shirt.
Our presidential candidate, our flag bearer, commences his tour of the Central Region today.
Okay.
So, and I'm from the Central Region.
Okay, so you're representing.
Yes.
We have another lady in red as well. I don't know her reasons for the red. Akosia Men is the Deputy CEO of the National Youth Authority. Good morning, Akosia. How are you?
I'm great. How are you
I'm
doing?
good. It's been a while. You also supporting the tour, or you just chose to wear red?
I'm not supporting their tour. I'm just, when in doubt, wear red.
Wear red. Shots fired. We'll take a look at our first story here. I'm reading from page 4 of the Guardian Times. And it says here, MPs to get police bodyguard. That's coming from Interior Minister. Members of Parliament will, with immediate effect, be provided with police armed personnel, actually, as their bodyguards. The Interior Minister, Ambrose Derry, has disclosed. I'm going to quote what the Interior Minister said. We're going to provide additional 200 police personnel to parliamentary protection units to serve as bodyguards for MPs. Mr. Derry told journalists after a closed-door meeting with MPs in Akua yesterday. The expected deployment follows the killing of Eko Hayford, New Patriotic Party MP for Infantiman, who was allegedly gunned down by armed robbers on Friday dawn on his way back from a party function in his constituency. Currently, 67 MPs who double as ministers or deputy ministers, the speaker, 2 deputy speakers, the leadership of the House comprising of the majority leader, the minority leader, deputy majority leader, deputy minority leader, minority chief whip, among others, all have access to police protection. So I'll start with you on this story, Akosia, on MPs getting police protection and where you stand on it.
Okay, good morning to your cherished viewers. It's been a couple of weeks since I've been here. First of all, I'd like to extend my condolences to the family of the late Member of Parliament of an MPP stalwart and patriot, very committed and selfless. If you listen to the tributes coming in, he was a very, very exemplary MPP patriot. And of course, It's unfortunate this happened, and my condolences to his family. Now, I believe the action taken is as a result. I have 2 MPs who've died and not from natural causes. We had JB Dankwa Edu, and we all know what transpired after that. And recently we have the late Mr. Eko Hayford. Now, the question of whether MPs should have protection has arisen, and I believe it's somewhat justified. Now, to take examples from elsewhere, for instance, let's consider the UK, for example. I think it was in 2010, there was an MP of the Labour Party, Stephen Timms. He got stabbed twice in East London, I believe. And after that happened, the Labour Party took measures to extend the level of protection they gave them. They made a provision for them to get extra security as well as CCTV cameras and whatnot. There was a budget for that. Subsequently, in 2016, another MP was actually shot and stabbed multiple times and passed, and this was in the UK. You think that in terms of Big Brother, cameras everywhere and whatever, they can anticipate that sort of crime from, prevent it from happening. But there's the cost of human life, really, you can't put a price to it. And a member of parliament, of course, would say that all lives are equal, but people that serve in the interest of the state and do work that for which we support and give them, you know, some sort of premium and everything. I think that it goes to, it doesn't hurt to consider giving them extra protection. As in any case, MPs that double as ministers have 24/7 protection anyway, and this measure is to last till the end of the year. Also, you know, when it comes to security issues, I hesitate to talk too much about it because sometimes there's intelligence that cannot be made known that reinforces some of these decisions, and we might never understand it. But I believe that we've come to the point where, of course, it's a political season and all sorts of things are happening. I don't want to refer to certain things that have been said, but nonetheless, I don't think that it hurts to give them protection, especially given the season we're in.
Okay, thank you. Gabriela.
Well, let me say good morning to our viewers. I think that it's an interesting proposition because, you know, first of all, we've not established a direct link of he being an MP to the death. Is it a case where armed robbers who were on operation, general operation, chanced on somebody who happens to be a member of parliament and then they shot him? Because I think eyewitnesses, or this eyewitness report who mentioned that when he introduced himself as a member of parliament, the gentleman then said, you know, that's not to justify armed robbery, because armed robbery has been with us for a very, very long time. Maybe from the time of the Bible, there have been robbers. And there's something that is going to be with us for a very long time. The thing is, how do we curtail it? How do we make sure that there's general safety within the broader population and not just limited to parliamentarians? I do admit that the VIP of the police unit has been providing state security to ministers, deputies, judges, also because of the high-profile rank that they are.
So MPs are the only Article 71 office holders without it?
But it's actually not entirely, because there are other
lower form judges ranks, who may not.
Not even the judges. There are other people, other job positions that are also categorized as Article 71 that do not have security provision.
Okay. For example, which ones?
For example, the presidential staffers don't have security.
But are they at the same level as?
A presidential staffer is equivalent to a minister of state.
Okay, so you think presidential staffers should also?
A presidential aide is equivalent to a deputy minister.
But some of them have.
But not all of them have.
Okay.
But be it as it may, when we started this Operation Calm Life, the purpose was to improve on the general security across the country. We've invested a lot of money in Operation Calm Life. We've provided the police with logistics to provide security. They've done a tremendous job, because I was reading some of the reports on the inception of Operation Calm Life and the successes that they've chalked. But there are still gaps in the system. Going into this election, we are all aware that the tension has already started from the political end. The onus is on the security services, and in this case, I'm making it broad to include the national security and the military, who does come in to provide some sort of support to the interior policing service, to rather up their game. There are countries where she was making references to some MPs who were giving police protection. In those same jurisdictions, their members of parliament and their prime minister can ride bicycles to work without thinking about any consequences. Can President Akua ride a motorbike from Nima to Flagstaff House? He cannot, because he'll be afraid of his own shadow, not to speak of the armed robbers and the thugs that will pursue him.
Or maybe people will just, chase after him in excitement.
Including pickpockets.
I don't think he'll be afraid of
including pickpockets and everybody who want to see what they'll get out of you whilst you are in public, in the public space.
But wasn't there a news report that he went to a restaurant recently? I'm just saying, he went to a restaurant recently on his own, and
routinely hops on a motorbike and goes across
freely in the country.
Freely, nothing happens
no one. You continue your point. Let's not delay. Wrap up your point for us so that we move on.
The point is, let's not limit this to just MPs and getting police backup to protect them. Already, we don't have the adequate numbers to protect the general population. What is more important here is strategy. The security services cannot let us know what the entire strategy going into this election is. But if we do not address the general hardships within this country, if we do not learn to build a society that is based on fairness, equity, and true justice, we'll have more than armed robbery to contend with. You were reading one of the headlines that some young men chased out NBSSI staff because they said they gave loans to NDC supporters. You've taken money in the name of the state. Doesn't matter who the money goes to. If we are truly practicing equity in the society.
That's probably allegations.
No, actually it's not. Because the last time I was on your show, I think that was about 2 months ago. After your show, we went to do street campaign on this road to Okanshi. Halfway through the program, I dropped my board and decided with some of my friends to walk into the markets to do evangelism. And we were told by the traders themselves that the NPP supporters in the market have been given monies, loans from the NBSSI. The women themselves confirmed that they've been given money, 2,000 each, to which they were told Akua came and promised free SHS.
Well, we can't confirm all of these things, and it could just be a correlation, not necessarily a causation of the, because there are people around the country who have benefited from MBSSI funds. But we need to move on to the next topic, so please wrap up for us.
Let me finish. In the same conversation, they also said,
and we're still sticking to the security issues.
Yes, if NDC is voted into power, these traders will be forced to pay up the money, and if they are unable to pay the money, they'll be jailed. When anybody gives you a loan, what is expected of you? It's not for you to pay back. So why should a political party come and victimize you?
These could all be allegations that we can't confirm. So let's take a look at our second story.
A society that is based on equity and true
justice. And these small traders are also not a reflection of the entire country. You would admit that, right? We have so many other markets across the country.
Okay. They represent all tribes, all religions.
Okay, we'll take a look at our next story connected to this topic. I'm reading from citynewsroom.com. It says police protection for MPs will compromise public security. It's coming from the Bureau of Public Safety. So the Bureau of Public Safety says the decision to provide members of parliament with armed police guards will compromise the security of the masses. I'm going to quote what Nana Akua said. He's the Executive Director of the Bureau of Public Safety. The commitment he, Ambrose Derry, has made actually reduces national security, which aims at providing security for the general population and offering such security to politicians and men of power. By so doing, he has left the security of the ordinary Ghanaians to his vulnerable state. This is appalling, offensive, indecent. This single decision sends a wrong signal to the many lives which have been lost to a similar fashion. We know that security experts are quoting that currently we have 1 police officer to about 800 civilians. The UN standard is 1 police officer to 500 civilians. We've lost 2 MPs in a span of 4 years. How many civilians have we lost in the same time frame? We've lost journalists, we've lost professors, we've lost people who are working in state agencies, and you don't hear Parliament speaking up the way that they have been over the past weeks. What do you make of this, Akosua?
The concern that the larger population is at risk, I believe it's a democracy, everybody can state their opinion, but at least on this show, this moment, Gabi has actually affirmed that indeed protection should not just go to MPs, it should go to some public servants as well. So if you have staffers, and the staffers, they are pegged as ministers, and to be honest, I never made that consideration. They also are at risk somewhat. But when it comes to the larger population, we obviously cannot have a police force where 1 policeman mans 1 citizen. What we would have to ask for is increased, road checks, increased security. We have to deploy CCTVs in areas where we know a lot of illegal acts go on. As we said here, we know certain areas that are prone to crime, armed robberies and whatnot. There are certain highways that are even known for armed robberies, highway robberies. So how about, deploying people to these routes where they police them often enough to reduce the incidents that occur there. And sometimes it's quite worrying when you hear there are mothers and children involved in some of these things and the trauma that they suffer in the process. It just might not be enough to increase the police force. Of course, there are budget constraints, but I think that the activities that go into it somewhat can be amplified to make people feel safer. It makes you worry when you hear, especially when when something of that nature happens in Ghana. Everybody and their wife has a story. Some people would narrate the incidents like they were there when it happened, and later on you find out that it wasn't as has been reported. But the concern is there. Let us, and I trust when it comes to police service, look, they have one of the hardest jobs, and sometimes I feel like we go at them too hard, but I think that setting increased activity just so Mr. Akwanda, I believe, Akwada, as his name is, if some activity is seen, it makes people feel a bit calmer. And of course, it's interesting that Ghana ranked, I think, 3rd when it came to security just a couple of weeks ago, in comparison to other countries. But
on the continent?
Not on the continent. I believe was it globally? I'll check on that.
No, you continue.
I'll have to come back on that.
Okay.
But we're 3rd.
But why is that so funny? You continue.
Don't mind it, because she's going to engage in activities now lower the bar. But it's fine. What I honestly get worried about is there are people that hop on such things for their own parochial interest or for political gain, and in the season, especially because we just recovering, Ghana, I feel, is even recovering from this pandemic. It hurts to get into a state of fear and uncertainty and panic.
Yes.
So I would want the police, just so people feel safer, to increase some activity, some visibility.
Yes.
Just so they feel.
But let's look at the numbers here. If we're saying 1 policeman to 800 people, right?
Yes.
And assuming that these 200 policemen that are now going to protect our parliamentarians were taking care of the general public, that means we have about 160,000 people who may not have that access. What's happening to the general public? Should we have a broader security conversation instead of focusing on protection for parliamentarians?
It's not. On here we have the opinion that parliamentarians should be protected, and it should even go beyond parliamentarians. There is fortunately not a cutoff point for police recruitment. I believe by December they'll go through the process again. Military, police, all of that, immigration, they are going to recruit again because some people will be going into retirement. Is there a possibility that even giving new regions created and whatnot, the police force would be increased? But in the short term, given the concern that, you know what, there seems to be a target on some law-making parliamentarians, and especially given some parliamentary, some constituencies, sometimes you're always on the hot seat for some reason, and things happen.
But what kind of signal does this send to the world if tragically, we've lost 2 parliamentarians in a span of 4 years? We've lost perhaps over 50 Ghanaian citizens.
It's for that same concern.
Doesn't it come across as if we have a top-down approach to solving our security concerns rather than a bottom-up approach?
You see, the thing with murder cases is if you could somehow find a signal that says this person is going to commit this crime on this said date, trust me, the police will get on top of it. We never know what is going to happen to anybody. It's such a fluid situation. We have people, and she's the chief advocate of Okada. If you look at the injuries that people take to the hospital and subsequently lose their lives, you would think that it was deliberately targeted to murder them. You get it. You can't anticipate that crime would happen, but you can put measures in place. And I get the concern that 200 would seem to be a deficit when it comes to the total population. But I believe that there will be some checks and balances to make sure. I don't think that the police just, the top hierarchy of the police or the decision makers just set up and say, oh, we are taking 200 to parliamentarians and then we are going to leave things hanging. They're going to put measures in place to make others feel okay. So I'm asking that beyond our parliamentarians or lawmakers getting protection, there should be some extra activity. And of course, I'm sure that those details will come later. We might even have some visibility of that, just so people feel, as has been put forward, feel that, you know what, we are not being neglected. And truth is, when we have this conversation, it sort of feels like people are, you know, hiding behind corners, holding knives and pointing guns. It's not the case. But it just so happens that once such things happen, there's a bit of panic in the system and conversations arise again. But beyond that, I feel that it won't just end at parliamentarians getting protection. The citizenry, there'll be measures put in place to make them feel safe as well.
Okay, shouldn't there have been perhaps some sort of research to back that these 2 men, these parliamentarians, were killed because they were parliamentarians, so that we know that there's some sort of findings from our investigations that are justifying this move?
You see, that's why I pointed out to elsewhere, well, in terms of similarities. You have the UK Labour Party losing 2 MPs, and this was in the space of 6 years. Ours was 4 years, right? What they did was to make sure that there was increased protection for their MPs. They gave them cameras, CCTV cameras, extra security detail, all came at a cost, which was of course debated at Parliament and whatnot. They put those measures in place, and that kicked in, especially because for the second MP, it was multiple knife wounds and, you know, shots. It took a second death for that conversation to happen. But the thing is, at what point do you want to, how many people, or conversations are how many MPs you want to see die before you take that initiative? It might seem reactionary, but I'm thinking that measures so that others also feel safe and protected.
Okay, so on this note, we'll go for a quick break and then we'll hear from Gabriella respond to it. This is still Breakfast Daily on City TV. Thank you so much for staying with us. It is an interactive show, so if you're watching us on Facebook, please comment down below. If you're on other social media platforms, the hashtag is Breakfast Daily. And if you want to reach us directly, our WhatsApp line is 0550585832. If you're outside Ghana, the country code is +233. We'll be right back.
Close-up deep action with antibacterial mouthwash formula and deep cleaning gel. Close-up deep action. Enjoy long-lasting fresh breath.
Welcome back. It is still Breakfast Daily on City TV. Thank you so much for staying with us. Again, it's an interactive show, so we want to hear from you. If you're on Facebook, just comment your thoughts down below. If you're on other social media platforms, the hashtag to use to join the conversation is Breakfast Daily. And if you want to reach us directly, our WhatsApp line is 0550585832. If you're outside Ghana, the country code is +233. I still have with me Akua Menu, who is the Deputy CEO of the National Youth Authority, as well as Gabriela Tete, who's a National Communications team member of the NDC. Before the break, we were discussing Parliament getting some 200 police help to address the issue of security. Gabriela, your concluding thoughts on this subject?
In my earlier submission, I focused a lot on the general population, looked at the security of the general population, because that really is the crunch of the matter. If the general population is safe, the parliamentarians and all other public servants will also be safe. In 2018, in a small community in Oyibi, for well over 2 months, they recorded 27 armed robbery attacks. A man was shot in the head and killed. Another man was hit in the head with cement blocks and his legs maimed. His daughter, they attempted raping her, but for the intervention of one of the armed robbers who told the others that the girl was unemployed before they let go of her. So until we address the challenges within the bigger society, we end up creating a situation where the people, the very people whose interests with the politicians, including the MPs, are supposed to champion, we rather feel like we are paying more attention to ourselves at their expense. The Interior Minister and his team, especially our National Security Minister, because we never hear of him since he started twirling on social media.
Make your point, please. Make your point, because we are running out of time.
You really said that.
Please make your point.
I'm making my point.
Yes, about the security. Yes.
We expect that they'll come and tell the rest of the population what strategies they have in place to protect all of us. Since we all cannot have policemen following us and living in our homes day and night, we're all part of the bigger guardian population, and all of us are important.
But if they tell us the criminals could be listening, won't that compromise all of us as well?
If you tell us you are having an enhanced Operation Calm Life and you are backing your police services with the military, do you give out the details of what that is? Let me tell you something. In 2009, when the NDC took over under President Mills, there was a joint military and police force. I don't know if you're in the country at that time. At night, you could hardly get to a roadblock without seeing military men and policemen at a barricade. Today, all you see are the policemen, 3-4 of them at a barricade.
And they do their jobs well, don't they?
Those days, it reflects on the general security. Those days, when you get to a barrier and you see armed military men, how they put the fear of God in you. At that time, we had a problem with Nigerian armed robbers migrating into Ghana. There was one order that was not in the public domain, but it was called shoot to kill. It silenced them. So I don't expect that they'll come out and give us the details of what their strategy is, but we do expect that we should see something better. Just this past week alone, we've had an MCE complain that armed robbers followed him because he was carrying some 100,000 meant for flood victims. Last week, we had an NDC campaign team in the Ashanti region attacked by armed robbers. This gentleman's case is not in isolation, because for the past few weeks, we've been reporting cases upon cases of armed robbery. So it is not just about the parliamentarians, it is about the bigger society. And for the Interior Minister, As long as I understand the parliamentarians, because they think that for the kind of work they do,
and they're exposed to the general public.
They need protection. We're all exposed to the general public.
Oh, but they go on campaigns. They go. I don't go to my village every week to attend funerals. People don't know your names.
Don't we go campaign?
You know, they got responsibility.
It doesn't matter.
To serve us.
It doesn't matter.
So they shouldn't be protected.
Matter. Every Ghanaian is important.
Yes.
Every single Ghanaian.
MPs represent a large majority of us in Parliament.
It does not matter. Every single Ghanaian is important.
But if you lose an MP...
The nurse who left her home this morning to go to the hospital to make sure that the sick are cured is important.
But is it an either-or situation, or should we focus on the unique challenges they are faced with?
It is not an either-or. It is all of us inclusive. And all of us should be given the same privileges. I don't expect that they'll give us one policeman per every member of the population, because as it stands, I don't know what they are rating their police to civilian ratio is. But when we were in office, when we took over, it was 1 to 1,100.
Okay, so it's improved
when we were leaving office in 2016, we had gone to 1 to 724.
Okay.
And our target was the 1 to 500 set by the UN.
Okay.
We gave them over 1,400 vehicles. We gave them vests. We gave them bulletproof vests, reflector vests. We gave them pepper sprays. We gave them ammunitions. We weaponized them. We set up the Marine Police Service. We gave them what they call those Land Cruisers, Maverick trucks, all to ensure that the police service is adequately equipped. And remember that their project they used to call visibility. You saw them in the daytime in their pickups parked at certain vantage locations. So it wasn't just at night that you had a joint military police force on the street. In the daytime, you could also see the police around to ensure public safety.
So you think we should have more collaborations with our
Exactly. Okay. Dziffa, let me add that the police service has never seen, in terms of a commitment to them and support them, as has happened under this administration.
Okay.
We provided over 800 vehicles.
Please allow her finish her point, because she didn't interrupt when you were speaking. Please let her finish.
Support them. Equipment that were obsolete, so outdated that they couldn't even use. We've given it to them. And sometimes some of the things that we think technology can actually do that work as well. And they've gotten so much support. I think one of your segments on City TV, I saw a short story on what the police are doing now. Literally surveillance of the city. They can actually see things happening real time and can deploy people there. Now
we're just talking about security service in general. But please wrap up. Allow Akua to wrap up for us. She didn't say it's never happened before. Gabriela, I won't allow you disrupt. I won't allow you disrupt Akua.
Those Motorola Gota phones.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. Thank you very much. You made your point. Akua, please continue. Gabriela, you've made your point.
We did a lot for them.
We are not shouting. We are not shouting this morning.
We are not shouting.
Yes, we are not shouting.
I'm just excited by the fact that she's trying to lie.
I'll allow you respond.
You've got the person.
I'll allow you respond when you're done. Hold on. Let her finish. I'll allow you respond, Gabriela.
Compare that to 1,400. No.
We're not doing comparisons.
Control tracks.
The point is we've lost a member of Parliament, Gabriela, and our parliamentarians feel insecure.
They don't feel
so we
insecure.
Need to solve this problem. Please respond and let's move on.
Who buys ammunition for
let's wrap up.
I'm a bit confused as to what her position is. Because in the beginning she said lawmakers are entitled to be protected. And she expanded it to aides and staffers.
Under the executive,
Now, in her submission, she's saying that every single individual matters and they should also get the same protection that lawmakers.
We have just 1 minute to spend on this topic.
But bottom line is, I believe that, yes, there should be some increased protection. Yes, it shouldn't be at the expense of the citizenry. And I believe that the police will put measures in place to make sure we feel safe. I can't sit and doubt them and put negative comments around. I mean, how will you feel that people that are taxed to, support you constantly have to be, listening to negativity and cynicism and whatnot? Bottom line, if you're in trouble, you're the ones you're going to call. But I don't think that they are going to share responsibilities just because people are asking for lawmaking. Forget that sometimes we are unaware of whatever concerns are happening behind the scenes. Let's not forget, and I always say this, that tape that leaked from their party, what's his name, the party chairman, that stated categorically the mayhem they were going to unleash on us. It continuously seems to play out in terms of murders and kidnapping and kill their own.
Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Because then when we play politics with these, we don't hold the actual perpetrators accountable.
Do you see things like that if it's not because it's a plan?
And the case is still in court.
It's no mean person. It's not a serial caller or one of her followers that will send a message into a program. It was a whole party chairman. Do you understand? So we can't dismiss it, especially when we know how desperate they are.
Yeah, and this case is still in court, so we can't even establish these details here. So let's leave it at that.
Good. So when it comes to security, I'm no expert. I always say this, and I don't know what decisions people take. But if it's to go the extra mile to protect people, I'm all for it. But I don't think they'll do it at the expense of the citizens.
Thank you so much, Akwesi. I will take a look at our second story here. I'm reading from citynewsroom.com, and it says, government recalls vehicles donated to NCCE for COVID-19 sensitization. So the National Commission for Civic Education says the government has ordered the commission to return 25 of its 50 vehicles meant for COVID-19 safety campaign. The commission in June 2020 received 50 vehicles from the government to support its public education campaign on COVID-19. Speaking to journalists on the pandemic and matters arising, the chairperson of NCCE, Josephine Nkrumah, said the reason that was assigned to this directive was that the cars were needed for other urgent national assignments. There are other activities which are competing with what we are doing. That's what she said about COVID-19 and these vehicles being taken from them. She warned that the low level of compliance with the health safety measures could derail the success achieved in curbing the virus. So let me go to Gabrielle because you just spoke. Gabriella, NCCE, they were given 50 vehicles in June. We are now in October, and 25 of them have been recalled for urgent matters.
Well, I think it depends on necessities for which the vehicles were called. They didn't state categorically what they were calling them for. But, you know, as at, I think, March, April, May, the chairperson of the NCC was in the media a lot complaining about logistics for her outfit to do not just education on COVID, but also general civic education. And the government responded by giving them some vehicles to support their work and also to use them as a means of educating people on the COVID protocols and what they should be doing. If they're recalling 25, I don't really see any big deal with it because currently the numbers have improved. I think as of today, we only have just about 34 cases today. And then current case count is in the region of about 300 active cases. So there's a grip on the virus currently. But we also don't have to be complacent because as you are aware, it's as if we're all dropping our mask and then we're getting back to normal life, even though the virus still exists and it's really plaguing some of the most powerful nations. So we don't have to let our guards down. Just taking 25 is better than taking the entire allotment because they still have 25 vehicles to do other things. And I think that going into the election, they should focus a lot more on civic education and the role of non-violence in our electoral processes, especially because now that the tension has started to pick up. I think they should focus more on those things than to bother about why 25 were taken.
But globally, there are some countries that are even afraid of a possible second phase of the pandemic. So even though we're fine, it might not necessarily be the case. And we do know that some scientists have also come out to say that the number of positive cases show that they are decreasing because they are testing less samples. So
that's true.
You know, how does this all play in thinking that we've solved it, but we may not have the realistic numbers?
We've contained it, but we've not solved it. Because as I said, as long as we do record even a case today, it means that the virus is still in existence within the bigger population. We still have to ensure that the education is still upbeat. people are reminded of the protocols and the existence of a virus. People are reminded about the dangers associated with it. And also to remember that we have individual responsibility first to ourselves and to each other. The media, now that they don't have the logistics that they would have adequately, I think that the media can still play that role.
Yeah, we had vans going across the communities in informing people.
Yeah, the media can still play that role and fill that gap whilst they use theirs to do other things.
Okay, Akosia.
Just a quick recap on her police.
Oh, we're going back to the police. Oh, no. Let's make progress, Akosia.
When we took over the NPP government.
So you're going to use your time for NCC for this, though? Yes. So you won't touch on the NCC?
No, I'll touch on it.
You have just 2
minutes. There were 30,000 police personnel with 458 serviceable vehicles. In 2019, it was 676. We've added more to it, which is at least over 800 vehicles as it stands. So you can make that comparison with if it's 1,200, how did we have in their own handing over 458 serviceable vehicles? But that's okay. Now, when it comes to NCCE, I think they asked for support a couple of months ago. They got that support. But as it stands now, just as of yesterday, we just had 298 active counts of COVID cases. We've tested close to 500,000 people. We still have on a daily, we are testing, and not as much as before, but of course, it's a significant drop compared to other African countries. Now, without a doubt, we have shown commitment to fighting the pandemic. And some of the things that we employed in terms of the 3 T's, testing, tracing, treating, we did that, and a couple of weeks after, some countries way developed than us started taking those precautions. Our president has shown without a doubt that he's competent, he's incorruptible, and he's compassionate. And it always goes to his leadership. You get it. For me, when decisions of this nature are taken, it's quite obvious that there are other issues competing for resources. So sometimes the decision makers might make certain decisions, but I believe it's for our own good, especially under this government. Okay, but if we have 50 vehicles and we're taking away 25, perhaps it's time to lower the standard we place on people coming into the country as well. I mean, this whole test before you enter, test when you arrive, and then you get here, and vehicles that are supposed to be educating the general public are being taken away. Alarming number of people that tested positive when they came into the country. Some of them were quite shocked that they caught it. But how many people are we still testing within the general public to get a realistic idea? But even within the general population, we are not testing aggressively in the beginning to catch the virus. We're trying to get ahead of the virus. Yes, to contain the virus. Good. Subsequently, people are having conversations about herd immunity and whatnot. But resources, logistics, the concern that we have to find a way to go about our lives. Trust me, a couple of months ago, you wouldn't get me sitting in the studio. We did Zoom a lot. I was very paranoid. I was going anywhere. You know, one of my kids was sniffing. I'm like, no. The other was like, oh, he has corona. But we've come from that. Some people are saying, you know, there's COVID fatigue, so some people are not wearing the mask anymore. But the point is, it hasn't manifested the way it has in other countries. But I think that we have generally done very well, despite the issues we've had. The cases have come down. There's increased awareness. I was in Sunyani exactly a week today, I believe. And over there, you know, there's conversation that they are the one region that actually is free from COVID, which I found very funny because people are coming in all the time. But even despite that, some people were still in masks. So the fear is minimized, but people are still taking personal responsibility for their own health by wearing masks and whatnot. I don't think that we have completely grounded the NCC to a halt with taking some of the vehicles away. Whatever the concern is, I'm sure it's being taken elsewhere to support some good work.
Thank you very much. It's still Breakfast Daily on CCTV. Thank you so much for staying with us, guys. It is an interactive show. So as you're watching us, if you have any questions, contributions to the conversation, just comment down below on Facebook. If you want to reach us directly, our hashtag is Breakfast Daily and our WhatsApp line is 0550585832. We'll take a look at our final story here. I'm reading from page 4 of the Finder, and it says the presidency is not a remedial class for correction of mistakes. Dr. Bawumia tells former President Mahama. So Vice President Dr. Bawumia has stated that the presidency is not a place for correction of mistakes by erratic leaders. I'm going to quote what the Vice President said. Presidency is not remedial classes for corrections of mistakes. It's a place for serious work and serious business. We all saw how badly he managed this country and the economy, which led to many problems such as Dumso. They could not pay for basic allowances and services. Even in opposition, he hasn't changed and he says he will correct his mistakes. He banned Okada, now he says he will legalize it. He was in favor of teacher licensure exams, now he says he will cancel it. He cancelled Arabic instructors' allowances, which we have restored, and now he says he supports it. He said he wasn't a magician to create jobs. Now he says he will create 1 million jobs. He went on and on and on, pretty much just addressing the former president. Gabriela.
You've had these elections, the NDC is championing over 500 policies, interventions, programs, projects to support the economy, to provide decent jobs for the people of Ghana. We are providing free health care.
Now the Vice President is saying it's not a remedial class. You could have gotten it right your first time around.
Guardian, let me quote you something. The only real mistake is the one from which we learn nothing.
Okay.
Henry Ford. We are interested in providing for the people of Ghana free primary health care.
So you admit that there were some mistakes in your previous administration that you're learning from?
We are interested in providing jobs for the people of Ghana, what we call the Ejumapa.
Okay.
A 1 million coders program for young people.
Okay.
To learn coding. These days, it's past the time when we used to study core maths, core science, core English, and end a life. Right now, tech is everything.
Thank you very much, Gabriela.
No,
so
I'm not done.
Oh, okay.
Now
wrap up for us.
I was interested in telling people of Ghana what's in my manifesto. Vice President Bawumia, in 2016, 3rd December, to the Ghanaian who wants an end to excessive government borrowing, you have a choice to vote for change. Since he came to office, who has borrowed more in the history of this country? Vice President Bawumia, 2nd December 2015, NDC has resorted to increasing taxes under the economic difficulties they created. An NPP government will do differently. Who has burdened the people of Ghana more since? And then finally, 10th June 2016, if you go to borrow, you should use the bulk of that borrowing for investment and not for consumption, as is happening now. Tell Vice President Bawumia he should take his own advice.
Thank you.
So, in 2012, we were presented a manifesto by the NDC at the time. Now, needless to say that if you would grade in terms of achievements, their manifesto promises, you wouldn't even get 10%. Their core messages in terms of what they stood to campaign for wasn't done. Free health care. They've said it before. They didn't do it. They had an opportunity to do it.
We did not say free health care.
Gabriela, please allow Akosia make her point. You get a chance to respond.
You had the opportunity as candidates, as a vice president supporting his president, and then as a substantive president. Now, we first in Ghana's history, 44% for an incumbent, 44.4%. And it wasn't just because people just didn't like him. It was based on his indecisive, corrupt leadership. And several instances, I don't even want to go to it. Case in point, Ford Gate and all those things happen in this country. We're well aware of it. Now, the Ghanaians made a change.
I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a chance to respond, Gabriella. So write down your notes.
Now, we have an opportunity to serve, and every leader gets his crisis moments. The crisis moment for John Mahama was Dumso. And if we were to sit back and look at the number of public engagements where he gave definite timelines to the end of Dumso, and for us to see, you know, the horror of it extending more than a year to almost 5 years, where lives and businesses and people's support came to a halt.
But they said they solved Dumso before they left.
With no interventions at the time. Dziffa, your lights in this studio, back then, if this was here, you wouldn't have the lights on. You'd be running on gas, oil, or some
They said they fixed it before they left power.
They said, it's just like they saying the most ridiculous things.
You don't believe they fixed Dumso before they left power?
Dumso was about debts. They couldn't pay the debts. And in thinking they solved a problem, they saddled us with more debts. And when it comes to mismanagement, they are great at creating problems and then making a mess of it. She sits here to talk about debt, that we borrowed more than anything. We all know that every government inherits legacy debts. We sit here and we know very well that we have paid off several legacy debts that started in their era. And let me tell you that the current debt that exists, they contribute 50% to it, with nothing to show for it, no social intervention. We sit here and we talk about governance and coming into politics like it's a musical chair. You know, it's a funny game where we play, we put on t-shirts, we put John on it, and then we go and sit and hold placards, forgetting that the ordinary person
but people do that for more to do more as well.
Choices have consequences. If we had John Mahama as president with COVID, we would have had a very terrible time in this country. And I'm saying this because even with an epidemic, Dumso, because it was localized, we saw the lack of care, the lack of compassion. It was comical, like routinely comes out public conversation, public engagement. I remember it was, I believe it was 2014. I think he gave a deadline of October. It didn't happen.
But she's also saying that your vice president mentioned a series of things that he's come back on.
The vice president says that
we're going to decrease taxes.
We did get rid of 17 nuisance taxes. We did. We subsequently, as we speak, reduce the how do you call it, the price of electricity consumption. Every home industry is benefited from it. We seem to forget because, of course, their candidates write on the fact that Ghanaians are forgetful.
Wrap up for us.
Achieved remarkably the core messages we promised in 2016. Free SHS, one district, one factory. It will blow your mind around the country. And Dziffa, you did say that you go round, your team goes round. If you would go around the various constituencies, regions, with factories, with development, with the new regions created,
we covered some on City TV. We
absolutely, you've seen it. And I saw that brilliant documentary on one district, one factory. So these things are not things that we sit here and we think that it means nothing to people. There are families out there, especially where the dump.
Thank you very much, Akusia, because I need to give Gabriella a chance to. No, you've crossed your bottom line a minute ago. Thank you. Thank you, Akusia. Gabriella, wrap it up for us. We have to do this fast. 30 seconds.
All their so-called exceptional performance has been shown in what, 18,000 items on their delivery tracker, 10,000 of which are public toilets.
Really?
Now,
I don't think that's a lie. I don't think that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. We know. So thank you very much.
According to them, according to them, that's why she keep quiet. I'm your senior. Keep quiet. That is why. You see what she's done. On that note,
thank you very much. Gabriella is the National Communications Director of the NDC. And Akosia Mendo is Deputy CEO of National Youth Authority. Up next, we'll be talking to Philip Kofi Ashong. Oh, are you guys getting the new iPhones? They launched a new iPhone.
I don't do iPhone. I just got the new one last year.
Hey!
These are the rich kids, so we're in opposition.
For those of you who can afford it, we'll learn more about it. We'll be right back.
Casa de Ropa, a 1D1F initiative in Kumwabewaze funded by Ghana Exim Bank, produces orange flesh sweet potato food products like sweet potato cake, bread, donuts and chips among others in large quantities for both local consumption and exports. As innovators in agribusiness with the capacity of producing over 250 tons of potatoes every 6 months, it has an estimated job creation capacity of over 1,000. Like Casa de Ropa, there are other factories set up across the country under the 1D1F initiative in areas such as poultry, pharmaceuticals, fruit processing, and more local businesses which are creating jobs and expected revenue. At Ghana Exim Bank, we call this the Made in Ghana 4P. Produce, promote, purchase, and prosper. If as a people we believe in the Ghana Beyond Aid, then let's prosper as a nation by producing, promoting, and purchasing our own products. Let's support Made in Ghana, and let's take Made in Ghana to the world. One district, one factory. Ghana at work. Ghana Exim Bank, facilitating Ghana's international trade.
Have you wondered why people patronize from Franco Trading Enterprise? Follow me, I'll show you why. So this is the reason why people patronize from us. It's because we have quality and affordable mobile phones and accessories. Talk of Alcatel, iPhone, Samsung, and among others. We also have quality laptops and affordable television of all sizes. Our latest baby on the block is the Franco TV 65-inch Smart TV. It's just going to blow your mind. The picture quality is superb. Our shops are open for both wholesalers and retailers. You can also walk into any of our shops nationwide to window shop. But remember to always put on your face mask. Franco Trading Enterprise, indeed the home of quality mobile phones, televisions, and accessories.
That's kind of cynical. I mean, because I'm not sure that all that we have done have necessarily been to the benefit of middle class or wealthy people. So we will get to that.
Tune in to The Point of View this and every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. as I, Bernard Avile, get the right guests, ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
When MBB came, because they were not putting money in the sinking fund.
They were not putting money in the sinking fund.
Yes.
That's why this curve is going up.
The money was going to the sinking fund, but it was not being applied to debt.
I think that there's a lot of apocryphal conspiracy theories around. And it's not different from 5G causes coronavirus, COVID-19 and things like that. So there's been this long-term held belief that somehow there are some people that have planned that they will bust hundreds of thousands of people to come and change Ghanaian electoral outcome. There is no evidence for it. There is absolutely no evidence for it.
I am saying that we have very professional herbalists in this country whose capacity I know because I've tried it. But also there are quack ones within them. And the earlier we weed them out, the better for us.
Remember, The Point of View is live every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on City TV.
The Point of View is powered by Airtel Tigo. Have you heard that Airtel Tigo calls from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. and Airtel Tigo money transfers are now free on new SIMs? Now you know. Airtel Tigo. Life is simple. And Lydia Contraceptive. With Lydia, you truly decide.
boko. As a day. As a malakola makafa benya. Gililin aba. Minima na di bano. Badi bi na di mamo. Minima na di bano. Koti badi bi na di mamo. Asame yana dan. Asame chichin fajan chuma kreme ala boko. Asame chichin fajan chumi eliti baba kwa. Bakoti minima na di bano. Minima na di bano. Na di bano. Koti minima na di bano. I didn't be friendly. Maybe so that's on the beat. Maybe so I want to take one. I'm for Musuminity. I didn't be some I think it correct. No boost to energy for work. Yeah, we're high on the low grade. Minimum domain red. And the scientific researchers say, Otima asthma and cancer. Otima epilepsy and your painkiller. Tell you what is a rasta for answer. I didn't lie as you so. Doctor, soldier, police, in a peace, legalization, I issue. Minimum as a mention for gentlemen, creme, allow Bongo. Minimum for gentlemen, creme, allow Bongo. Adimugi selection, separated to the ratata. Samine say high grade at shit, my Kwakesili, one beke. Tiston way, see beam, Eja beam, so that's a maba. That's a maba, that's a Chris Brown, a bear, no, such shut up for it. Bono see we body, nobody can stop. Mama, the high grade, now you got say, oh, yeah, matches. Bible down on fat say, Alabama, Fiade. Rasta man, chichika creepy the fagina. What is he? Hey, macho, one day. I don't want some thinking correct. It's Rasta say meditation. It's the Bialana Rasta the bag. But we hear legalization. Am I high the high school? Feeling the strain, meeting boom the last two. How many beats? I don't move on the 1, 2. Back at Obama and Banam. I had the license. Yeah, back at them, I'm lead the Riasa by 4 hours. To my friend, my eat because I get more powers. Yeah. Mumu abolupa mumu a secular team. Boma taido and next to walk hours. Yeah, will be baby as an Havana noche. And I'll pay a village bella. Until when Antumbo, they be allowed to get to Ala Motalania. I treat me out of way, Abatija Rastafari. Minimanadi Bano, Badi Binadi Mamo. Minimanadi Bano, Koti Badi Binadi Mamo. Alamea then, as a mention for gentlemen, creme, Alaboko. As a mention for gentlemen, meeting Babaka, and I know it, you know it, Nadibano, you know it, Nadibano, Nadibano.
On the 7th of December, you will be going to the polls to elect a member of parliament. How well do you know your constituency?
We take a visit to the Awutu Senya East constituency of the Central region. We are coming to you from the Inshayaso constituency in the Ashanti region. I'm still in the Aswanse constituency.
Political parties will be campaigning for your
different projects across the constituency.
There is no single school under any electoral area that has not seen the development of Honorable Muntaka.
But as a constituent, what will inform your choice of a candidate to represent you in Parliament?
My party is my community. What program are you bringing in to solve the problem of my community?
Be involved in what concerns you. My name is Fremedu Nyame. Join me on the Constituency for all you need to know concerning your socio-economic development. The Constituency airs on City TV Mondays to Thursdays.
Welcome back. It's a time for us to get into the consumer tech segment. And today on the consumer tech segment, we'll be talking all things Apple from the Apple event. Now, Philip Kofi Ashong has joined me here. He is the host of City Trends on 97.3 CDFM and also the head of production here at City TV. It's a fascinating conversation. Looking forward to it. Use the hashtag BreakfastDaily and WhatsApp line if you want to ask any questions or contribute. 05505858832. Yes, sir.
Yes, indeed.
Oh.
Why are you so excited? Why are you so excited?
Philip, my phone feels like a dinosaur.
Yeah, well, it is. I mean, all things considered. But before we get into it, in case you missed anything having to do with the Apple event, this is a quick summary of what you missed yesterday. Check it out. Basically, in summary, that's what you might have missed. And just as a precursor, I mean, for the last couple of months, we've seen an Apple event where the latest series of iPads, for example, were outdoor. There was the iPad Air, there was the iPad Mini. We saw also an event where iOS, in terms of the operating systems, iOS was also, and all the changes with iOS and macOS were also outdoor. So yesterday's event was kind of the outdooring of the iPhone and the range of iPhones. And I think when you watch the 1 hour or 1 hour and about 20 minutes of the event, you'll understand why they dedicated one event for it, because there's quite a bit that you need to get through. And it's interesting, for example, the introduction of the HomePod, which I think was a pretty interesting device. I mean, the HomePod Mini, because the HomePod itself came out sometime in 2018, the original HomePod. And then there's the HomePod Mini. I mean, my major challenge with the HomePod Mini is you literally need to be connected with a smart home. Otherwise, it really doesn't make a lot of sense. And it's almost just like having a speaker. And I can imagine quite a number of people at home right now watching us or in their offices, wherever, who already have speaker systems at home. And when you look at the HomePod Mini, it's really, really tiny. I mean, they talk about how there's a lot of great sound coming from it, but really, I mean, it looks great. At the core of it is series functionality. But then really, like, what is the motivation really for getting a HomePod Mini? Well, if you don't have a smart home, if you don't have a fully connected smart home, I really don't see the point of getting one, because the whole point is for you to be connected with literally everything that is smart in your home. I mean, there's an intercom, for example, that Apple introduced as part of the HomePod Mini, whereby, for example, it can be connected with your phone or your watch. So let's say a father is going out, and that was one of the examples that they showed.
a father is going out, you know, the rest of the family is in their rooms. Everybody has a HomePod in their room, and the father can basically indicate, you know, everybody let's go, and it's automatically sort of sent around everybody's room. A father is probably on his way from work. He wants to order something for the family. He can send a quick message, and it plays in the house for everybody. But realistically, think about how many people are going to afford a $99 HomePod Mini
times 5.
Times 5.
Yeah.
What is it going to be connected with? How good is the internet such that Siri will work seamlessly?
Yeah.
Because quite frankly, Siri is quite useless if you don't have good solid
internet.
and even when you have a solid internet connection, it's not that, you know, encouraging to use. And besides, there are so many other options available. There's everything from Alexa to there are so many different smart speakers available today in so many different sizes with so many different options. Some of them have even LED screens and things like that. This one doesn't have anything.
It sounds like you're not feeling this one.
I mean, I'm just saying that like we have to be like, and I always say this, like the fact that the technology has been introduced doesn't mean that you have to jump on it. You have to really look at how it fits into your life. When you look at your life in Ghana today, what is the role of a HomePod Mini in your house, especially if you don't have any connected devices. I mean, for people who have connected lighting systems and things like that due to Philips and everybody else, like it makes sense. But then if you don't have those, you pretty are just buying a wireless speaker, and you might as well have bought a subwoofer system, slotted it into your house, and had a good time.
But for $99,
I mean, for $99, yes, people might not necessarily think it's a lot of money, but if you add $250 to that, you are probably going to get yourself an iPhone 12 mini. So I mean, just balance it all, and you know. But I mean, moving away from the HomePod comes the iPhone 12. And I just want us to watch a quick video of the iPhone 12 first of all, and then we'll get to the iPhone 12 Pro later on. So check out the iPhone 12.
Before we look at that, why did they have to do so many options of the 12?
I mean, because you are looking at different bands of individuals. You're looking at different revenue or disposable revenue available to different people. I mean, that's why you and when you listen closely to the keynote, they keep referencing, you know, they introduced the iPhone 12 and iPhone 12 mini as a separate part of the presentation. Then they came to the Pro lineup. It's the same thing when you look at the iPad, the iPad Mini, the iPad Air, and then the iPad Pro. Same conversation with MacBook, the MacBook Air, and then you have the MacBook Pro. So I think they're trying to give you an understanding that you're dealing with two completely separate lines of individuals who need different things. And when we break down the iPhone 12 Pro and Pro Max, you will understand the difference between the iPhone 12 and iPhone 12 Mini. So let's check out a quick video of the iPhone 12.
A singular new design, a re-engineered chip, and 5G.
Oh, not quite what you thought of. Oh, what's in all your
I mean, there are a number of things to take away from that. Firstly, that jumps out at me, and my favorite thing is a MagSafe. For those of you who don't know, the MagSafe is basically a system of connecting a charger to, initially was to your MacBook, you know, where it's magnetically connected to your device and then it charges it. It's interesting that they've introduced it into the iPhone because for me, I predict that by the iPhone 13, we wouldn't have a lightning port anymore because it really doesn't make a lot of sense.
I agree.
I mean, when you think about the fact that Apple now is going to ship the iPhone 12, or all the iPhone 12s are going to ship now without a charging brick. And then you are going to have the USB-C to Lightning in the box, but you are literally going to have no charging brick. You're not going to have any earphones because they've realized more and more people are buying wireless headsets and wireless earphones. So I honestly predict either the iPhone 12, iPhone 13 or 14 will cease having a lightning, you know, sort of
cable
slot for you to charge just because of the MagSafe. You don't need a connection because you literally just slap the charger onto the back and you're pretty good to go. And these are available. I mean, for people who use wireless chargers, they are available literally everywhere. You know, so that's one of my major predictions. One of the other things that also hits you, of course, is the water resistance. I mean, when you look at the fact that it can go about 30 or 60 meters for 30 minutes, 60 meters for 30 minutes. You can submerge it if you like into a bit of water. Don't go too deep for at least 30 minutes. I mean, nobody says drop your phone in the water, but at least you have a certain level of cover at any point in time, if anything. And you could clearly see that. I mean, there it is. Just
I have a confession.
Watch it away.
One day, I took my iPhone 7. And I went to Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum. And I said, look, this thing is supposed to be waterproof, right? Honestly, I didn't keep it in for long, but it worked. So I can imagine what the 12 will do. You can actually literally stay
I'm glad
in
it
there.
worked. But please don't try it at home. But I mean, quite a number of things, like I said, really, really jump out at you. The MagSafe is one. The iPhone 12 Mini for me is an immense device. Not just necessarily because of the size, because it's really tiny, but you know when the actor slips it into his pocket, the fact that it completely disappears in your breast pocket alone, the size of it, and the fact that it has almost the same capabilities as the iPhone 12. I mean, what are you looking for? And you are basically, and here it is once again. Just look at the size of that device, and now becomes the 5G in a bit.
Into his pocket.
Now, when he slips into his pocket, look how tiny it is. How tiny the phone is, and it just fits directly into the pocket. Like, that is how extreme it is, and that's one of the things I like about it. The other thing also is the issue of 5G. Apple made a big deal of 5G. I personally think they are 2 years late to the 5G conversation. But then everybody talks about the fact that when Apple comes into the conversation, it changes the way the industry basically has been playing. There's been, I mean, Samsung has done marvelous work with 5G. Huawei has done marvelous work with 5G, and I think Apple, even though it's late, clearly is accepting the fact that 5G is the way to go. And so the entire lineup of the iPhone 12s are all 5G enabled. So that's just to put things in perspective. Now, the reason why it's not such a big deal in Ghana once again is because we haven't even activated a conversation. I mean, Huawei has been making a lot of. We don't have any semblance of anything that will give us 5G speeds in Ghana. Even in the US, during the presentation, when Verizon came onto the stage to talk about it, there are only a select number of cities in the US that offer 5G. Ghana doesn't have it in any shape, way, or form. We're not going to have it in any shape, way, or form anytime soon. Probably in about 5 years, we can have a conversation. We can start a conversation about 5G in certain parts of Accra. In certain parts of Ghana, you don't even get 4G. In certain parts of Ghana today, you don't get 4G. So what are you talking about? Well, let's just be realistic. In certain parts of Accra today, we don't have 4G. Some parts of Accra today don't have 2G. Let's just be realistic.
Of Accra?
I mean of Ghana don't have 3G.
True.
Let's just be realistic and deal with it. So you are most likely going to have 5G a semblance of it in about 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
But in terms of a proper rollout across the country, I don't see it happening anytime soon. And so that's why if you're going to buy it for 5G capability, then forget about it. Or move out of Ghana and go and live somewhere else. But then if you're buying it for something else, well, this is why you should be buying the iPhone 12. Let's have a look at the iPhone 12 Pro and Pro Max.
Oh man.
Now that is a seller. Let's have a look at that quick video.
A singular new design, a re-engineered chip, and 5G. This is iPhone 12 Pro. The vertical band is precision machined from stainless steel. The ceramic shield on the front is tougher than any smartphone glass. And tighter borders allow for even larger Super Retina XDR displays. 5G is set to change the world with radically faster speeds. The hardware and software have been optimized for the best 5G experience. A14 Bionic has a smaller 5-nanometer transistor, which pushes the most improved Pro camera system makes the 12 Pro the photographer's iPhone. The larger iPhone 12 Pro Max takes these innovations even further. Its bigger sensor dramatically increases the detail captured and helps improve low light performance by 87%. The custom-designed LiDAR scanner puts advanced depth mapping technology in your pocket. You can now take a night mode portrait and unlock a new world of possibilities for augmented reality. iPhone 12 Pro smashes the benchmark for highest quality video in a smartphone. And the movie industry can now count on it as an essential piece of equipment. It is the world's first device able to capture, playback, and edit 10-bit HDR footage with Dolby Vision. iPhone 12 Pro comes in 2 sizes and in 4 finishes, including New Pacific Blue. An integral part of this year's design is MagSafe, an intelligent system of magnets that connect accessories in a whole new way. All this and more make iPhone 12 Pro the most powerful iPhone ever.
And you see, this is what I was talking about.
They ended the thing by the guy standing up from his tripod. He's doing time lapse. My goodness.
Yeah, and the time lapse feature comes. You see, there are a number of things. For example, the introduction of the night mode on the front-facing camera, the Dolby HDR recording that you can do with the back camera. All the back cameras are now 12 megapixels, and the main camera is actually 1.6 aperture. Like, if you understand the whole essence of an aperture in a camera, and someone tells you have 1.6,
that's crazy.
That is crazy. That is DSLR level, and some DSLRs don't even have that. And so, and this is why it is pro grade. This is, and when you see the way it is used, mounted on a drone, mounted on different rigs that are able to capture the sorts of images that you're seeing. I mean, that just gives you a good idea of why you would have to pay out over $1,000 because the Pro Max is $1,099. That's the base. That's a 256 model, and then you have the 128, the 256, and a 512. There is the iPhone 12 Pro as well. That also gives you virtually the same capabilities. But obviously, the Pro Max is much bigger. Than the Pro, but that's really the main difference. But listen, when you think about the capability, the ability of these cameras to be able to shoot in night mode and what you're able to capture straight from the camera, the quality that you get, there's Pro RAW in terms of, I mean, because most photographers shoot in RAW. Now there's a Pro RAW sort of format that has been introduced by Apple. What it gives you is that freedom to be able to manipulate the images the way you want it, and all done on the phone. You can edit on your phone, on the go. And look, it's very difficult to not realize how great this device is. And all the device manufacturers have been doing pretty good work But then you can clearly tell just how much more you get when you have an iPhone in your hand as a filmmaker. I mean, we've reviewed the Note 20 Ultra. Excellent device.
Yeah.
And now you have the iPhone 12 as well. And so for people who are looking at going pro or using their devices for more things than just making a phone call and sending text messages, you have a bit of a decision to make, which of the devices you go with. But I mean, I always say, look at how you live your life. Look at the work that you do. Look at the demands on your work. Look at the specs available from all these devices and then make a decision. Because it's a very, very difficult decision. Truthfully and honestly, it's a very, very difficult decision.
Yeah. Well, Philip, we're grateful to you for bringing this to us. Fantastic, I mean, array of new gadgets. I think the most difficult decision will have to be made by those who are gadget geeks. Right. Yeah, they'll struggle with it. But thank you very much.
For me, when I think about it, if I want to get an iPhone 12, I'm likely to get an iPhone 12 mini and just I'm
call
okay.
it a day.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Philip Kubi-Ashong is the host of City Trends, and of course he brings us consumer tech segment as well, and he's also the head of TV production here at City TV. Entertainment highlights are next, and then we'll have Hello, Mr. President.
Welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Emmanuel Sapo. Now, it appears Ghanaian celebrities are not relenting on their bid to make sure that government changes the laws that bar celebrities from plugging alcoholic beverages and betting services. After years of complaints by these celebrities, the issue has been reignited after it came up recently that celebrities can't advertise or betting companies aside from alcoholic beverages. A few weeks ago, Ricky Nanajiman, popularly known as Bullet, came out to say he would rather want to relocate his Rough Town Records label to Nigeria due to these concerns. Wendy Shea, who is also managed by Bullet, has lent her voice to the matter. According to her, she would be taking the Food and Drugs Authority and the Gaming Commission of Ghana to court for restricting celebrities in their works. Quote, "THLFs, can we put our differences aside and fight the system? I guess we don't know how powerful we are. Well, I am taking the FDA and the Gaming Commission to the Human Rights Court, and celebs are also Ghanaians, and we deserve better. Ghana, wake up," end quote, she wrote. Now, dancehall musician Stonebwoy has committed to raising funds to purchase white canes for the blind and partially sighted community in the Ashanti region. The Putu hitmaker made a spontaneous pledge when Ultimate FM's Ivan Heathcote Fumador approached him to give an endorsement with the white cane ahead of the International White Cane Safety Day. Out of the 5,000 members of the Ghana, or over 5,000 members of the Ghana Blinds Union in Ashanti region, the latest needs assessment saw over 4,700 expressing their dire need for white canes. The tool, which helps in the mobility of persons with disability, is sold at the Ghana Blinds Union Resource Center at 70 cedis per copy, a price far outside the economic reach of several visually impaired persons in the region. This has rendered several persons living with blindness incapable of traveling around freely to realize the full potential. Stonebwoy gave 400 cedis on the spur of the moment and pledged to ensure that he takes up the challenge to purchase more of the canes for the Ghana Blinds Union to distribute to its members. International front, Tory Lanez has just been ordered to stay away from Megan Thee Stallion after a hearing for his felony assault charge. Tory appeared by phone for Tuesday's hearing in LA County Court for what was supposed to be his arraignment, but his attorney, Sean Hawley, requested a continuance. It was granted, so he did not enter a plea. The judge, however, issued a protective order against Tory, and now he has to stay at least 100 yards away from Megan Thee Stallion and not contact her. His bail was set at $190,000, which he will be posting via a bondsman present at the hearing. The hearing comes on the same day Megan Thee Stallion wrote an op-ed for the New York Times on why she speaks up for black women, saying she is not afraid of criticism and being adamant that saying, quote, "protect black women," end quote, should not be a controversial topic. And that's all for Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Emmanuel Safa. Please do enjoy the rest of the show.
Hello Ghanaians, my name is Mrs. Kosi Yankee Aye. I am the Executive Director for the National Board for Small Scale Industries, NBSSI. Through the CAPBAS initiative, we have disbursed funds to over 100,000 beneficiaries across the nation. Several local businesses have seen the impact of our work, and we will continue to give more of them hope amidst this global pandemic era that has negatively impacted all of us.
MBSSI, a new era for SMEs.
Welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily on the TV. It is now time for Hello, Mr. President. And if you have any issues within your communities, bad roads, bad hospitals, terrible schools, things that are hindering the growth of you and your family, this segment is meant for you. Just take out your phone and record an up to 1 minute video. Send that video to us via the email hello-mrpresidenttv@gmail.com. You can also WhatsApp us that video via the WhatsApp line 0550585832. And every Wednesday at 9:30, we'll show the country and the world what you're experiencing and advocate for better. We will now take a look at some of the videos we received this week. And as we were waiting for that video, we're actually going to do a recap of the Bongo district. It's in the Upper East region. It has to do with a CHIPS compound, okay? A CHIPS compound that the community is supposed to have to serve the people there. Unfortunately, because they don't have that CHIPS compound, the health officials have to take care of their patients under a tree. Now, can you imagine going to a hospital at a time when you're already sick and needing to be treated under a tree? Let's take a look at that video.
Hello. My name is Mba John Attington, a native of Apatanga electoral area in the Bongo district in the Upper East region. Currently, the Apatanga electoral area has no structured CHIPS compound. We have a CHIPS compound called Akua, which operates under tree. And there is a community health officer who is trying all his possible best to give us health services. We are therefore appealing to the President of the Republic of Ghana to build us a CHIPS compound, which we think in the long run will help us access health easily in the community, especially during rainy seasons.
So there you have it. A viewer sent in that video. Now, let me put the Bongo district into perspective. Okay, it's in the Upper East region. As far back as 2010, when we did our consensus, there were over 80,000 people living within that district. The DCE is on the line. He's going to help us appreciate how many people are in this particular community, what the CHIPS compound was supposed to do, and why it has not been done yet. If you are watching us and you have a similar problem in your community, you can comment down below on our Facebook page. You can send us your concerns via the hashtag Breakfast Daily, and you can also send it to us via the WhatsApp line 0550585832. Our health is our basic human rights. No human being has to die because health officials don't have access to adequate resources. If I get into an accident right now in Akua and I can go to Kolebu or any of the other main hospitals and get treated, if I can go to any health facility within Accra and get treated, there's absolutely no reason why if I find myself in Bongo, I shouldn't be able to get that same quality of treatment. And this morning, we're talking all things health. Why it is that a community in this 21st century Ghana does not have the CHIPS compound they need to take care of their patients. I have with me the DCE of the Bongo District Assembly, Peter Anyinbisa. Good morning, Mr. Peter.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for being with us. Can you please tell us a bit about your community and what's happening there?
Yes. Which of my communities? Bongo is a very large community.
Yes, so we're talking about the specific area where the chips compound is supposed to be, Apantaga.
Okay, you are talking about our cable guys in Apantaga for that matter.
Yes, please.
Let me first of all thank my younger brother, John Mba, for having taken the pain to make selfie of what is happening in his environment and consequently putting it on the national studio or network. I am very much aware of the situation in that community. We have tried several times, myself and the Minister of Health, to see how best we can put up a health facility in the proper context. Where this currently is our Kebugan. And in the Kebugan community, we have plans to put up a safe compound in that area, even though we do not have one yet. But we have a functional facility where a nurse is posted and stationed to take care of the health needs of the people in that community. As it were now, we had about 12 health centers that were operating under trees, including the Kebugan one. We have successfully built about 5 of such health centers to be able to reduce the number of chiefs that operate under trees within the district. As I talk to you, 4 of such have been completed and 2 are ongoing. The Apatanga chiefs in particular, or the Canada one, have come to attention, and we are working very hard to ensure that we refuse it into a budget for 2021 to be able to put up a chief compound in that community.
Okay.
However, Kwaku has almost allocated 1 chief to be built in the district. And my district director of Ghana Services indicates to me that his choice for that chief is going to be located within the Kebugan community.
Okay.
So very soon, the Kebugan people will have a structured chief compound.
Okay.
I must also say that the community has acquired a land, and the land has properly been marketed, waiting for the facility to kickstart.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. How many?
Making certain attempts to ensure that we fix the problem for them.
Okay, thank you very much. Approximately how many people would you say live within this Apatanga community?
Apatanga has a population close to 1,200.
Okay.
And there's one that is closer to that Apatanga area. In fact, we built one. That one has been commissioned as it's in use. But there's a litigation as to the naming.
Okay.
And where they are talking about, it's not too far from where this executive center is. And because of cultural barriers and differences, they think that they want to have one on their own.
Okay.
And Minister of Health has demarcated that area as a chief zone or chief center. That is why they go under the tree and they are able to tend to them in providing them with basic health care.
So what kind of yes.
Center, which is Apatanga itself.
Okay,
so it's not too far from the nearest compound, which is called Apatanga.
Okay, so 1,200 people within this community. What kind of care would they get in a tree that is under a tree that is serving as a chief's compound, from your own estimation?
As it were, Rome was not built in a single day, as I told you. We had over 12 chief's compounds that were operating under trees, including the Kebugan one.
Okay.
That we have successfully built 6. Out of the 6, 4 have been completed and put to use. 2 are ongoing. So the nature of healthcare that they will receive will will be dependent largely on the nature of the personnel that will be posted there. Like I told you, a nurse has been assigned to that particular facility. He goes there every day to attend to the basic health needs, where it becomes difficult for the nurse to contain them, to refer them to the nearest center, which is that alternative. And if that one fails, they are easily referred to a different hospital, where we have 2 medical doctors that will attend to them, plus other health personnel. So, you know, the chief centers do not practice male health care things. What they do basically is to give them first aid so that they'll be able to now be walked to the nearest health center. So the basic health needs that they require, they are able to administer first to the community and anybody who visits the center. So primarily, their health needs have been attended to.
So I'm visualizing a pregnant woman who needs to be taken care of immediately with urgency. They come under this tree that's serving as a CHIPS compound. What would be their chances of surviving from having to now leave this tree to a proper CHIP compound in a neighboring community?
That is the nature of some of our communities. Despite the fact that they are operating under a tree, there is a motor ambulance that is closer to where the CHIPS tree is, and that's the alternative. Kwaku has provided some of the CHIPS compounds with motor ambulances, and Apatana happens to be one of the beneficiaries of such facilities. So where there's a pregnant person or woman who needs to be transferred from the CHIPS and the tree to the CHIPS compound proper or the nearest health facility, it is easy for the person to be transferred on the motor ambulance to the nearest facility. Fortunately, this government has provided every constituency with an ambulance. Bongo constituency have ours. 3 days ago, I was going to work, and my route to my work happened to be part of that area. I met one of the motorcades carrying a pregnant woman. Because of the poor nature of the road, the woman was basically suffered and cried out to stop and put her in night and took her to hospital. So the ambulance is also available each time somebody requires the services of the ambulance to quickly tell time and the ambulance factor service. So primarily, I think that basic health needs have been taken care of.
So, Mr. Peter, you've taken it now from the Apatanga community to the broader Bongo district, right? And you would agree with me that the population of Bongo probably by now is over 100,000. One ambulance.
Our estimated population is 104,000.
404,000. 104,000. Okay, 104,000. As at 2010, it was a little over 80,000. So 104,000 people to.
The population housing.
Yes.
80,000.
That was in 2010.
The estimated growth rate is 1.5.
Okay. So congratulations on your growth rate. So 104,000 people to one ambulance. If someone finds themselves within the Apatanga community of 1,200 people and they urgently need an ambulance, what are the chances of this ambulance getting there on time to get them to where they need to be? Shouldn't we prioritize getting them the CHIPS compound they need now?
Like I said earlier on, Rome was not built in a single day.
Yes, but then Ghanaians deserve better, don't you agree?
Having access to an ambulance service.
Yes.
In the immediate past, we didn't have an ambulance.
But don't you agree that the people in your district deserve better?
That is why every food center today in Bongo is an ambulance. Even though it's not comfortable, but it's better than carrying the person on a donkey cart or carrying the person on a motorcycle.
Okay, so how many Motor Kings ambulances do you have?
We have 36 CHIPS compounds in the district. Each of these 36 have a Motor King ambulance of the sort, and that is what we use.
Okay.
The introduction of the National Ambulance Service, or this ambulance that has been given to the constituency, this is the way we used to do. Now, I tell you on authority that the ambulance is able to serve several people within the constituency in a day. Sometimes we will get the call from, say, Kwaku. Last week I was in Qatar when the ambulance had to go there. And they were able to fast-track things for the patients, and were able to save their lives. So, though we are about 104,000, that the services that provide, if the ambulance cannot reach out, the motoring ambulance will be able to reach out. So that is how we are managing the healthcare delivery in the United States.
Okay. How long have you been in the community, just out of curiosity, in the Bongo district? You personally?
You mean the Bongo as a district?
Yes, as a district.
I've lived my entire life here in Bongo.
So, okay.
So, I've lived here as old as I am.
Okay.
I was born, I've lived, I've worked, and I'm still living and working in Bongo district.
So how do you feel when you hear stories of, people struggling to access something as basic to us here as healthcare, and one of your healthcare workers even going as far as sending us videos because this is making life difficult for them to properly cater to patients? How does that make you feel?
Come again.
How do you feel when you hear stories of people in your community, the same community you were born in, you've grown up in, struggling to get access to healthcare that we have?
I sympathize with people who struggle to be able to make it to life, people who struggle to be able to have easy access to healthcare. I sympathize with them. But of course, we are doing everything humanly possible within our means to be able to fix these problems. That is why when we came to meet about 12 shift compounds operating under trees, we want to reduce the number by building about 6 of such shift compounds. And I know that by the end of this year, all the 6 that we have started would have been completed. And that is going to aid or going to help in getting people closer to a proper health facility that can take care of their health needs. That's what I'm doing. I also understand that some health staff do not have proper accommodation.
Yes.
That's also taking the pain on ourselves. We have started building with accommodation. In the past, these are the 6 compounds singly put without accommodation facilities access. Today, when we build a 6 compound, we attach accommodation, modern accommodation with modern facilities.
When
accommodation to help us to stay within the community and work in that community.
Okay.
So I sympathize with my fellow citizens that are struggling to be able to have easy access to health delivery. But of course, we are doing everything possible to ensure that in the few years to come, affordability and access will be a thing of the past.
Okay, so your target is 2021. No one in this district would have to be treated under a tree again.
Of course, that will depend on the inflow of resources, because within 3.5 years to 4 years, we've been able to successfully build 6. I'm hoping that resources would be available so that the next 4 years, that possibly this government will be able to put up yet another 4 to 6 health facilities.
So it will take you.
If this is done, I believe that we would have reduced, if not completely eliminated, all.
Okay, it looks like we've lost the DCE there, but there are people in this country who have to be treated under trees. They live in the Apatanga community in the Bongo district. They deserve better. The DC is saying perhaps by the end of the year they will get it. Maybe in the next 4 years they will be treated. We'll continue to follow up on this story because right to life is everybody's human right. And we shouldn't have to die because we don't have access to a proper CHIPS compound and we're being treated under a tree. We'll take a look at some more videos that we received from our viewers.
Hello, Mr. President. I'm Kalamulai Adam Musa, a native of Yendi in the northern region. Mr. President, I want to share with you some of our problems and challenges that we face here in Yendi. I'll talk about roads, Mr. President. Yendi is more or less a centralized town that connects to many towns and villages in the Eastern Corridor territory. Even before reaching the regional capital, you have to pass through Yendi before, Mr. President, but the roads leading to those towns and villages are so bad Mr. President, example, yendi to Charkwene and then yendi to Sabsugu Teltale. Mr. President, even this time around, you cannot go to Saboba without entering a canoe. We entreat you to come to our aid by fixing those rules for us, Mr. President. We say, Ayiko, you should come to our aid by helping us fix these rules for us. That will make our transportation and then our travel very simple.
So that's the ND there, and we're going to show you some visuals of what the young man is talking about. Moving from one side of the road to the next is such a daunting task that they need canoes to actually move from just one community to the next. Now imagine having a child in this community who needs to go to school. Imagine having a wife who needs to go to the hospital. Just imagine doing your daily operations, not only talking about drastic things like delivering a child, but going to work every day. Your child accidentally fallen in this water. Now they have to go back home to change before they go to school because their friends will tease them. How are the people in this community supposed to properly contribute their human capital to the development of this nation when something as simple as moving from one place to the next is so complicated that you need people to help you get on a canoe to get to the next community? We want to extensively spend time on this topic next week. So we're just showing you how people in this community get from one place to the next. Next week, we'll delve more into this problem. Again, this is an election year. All the politicians are going to come into our homes. They will attempt to pound our fufu with us, do our banku with us, behave as if they are our friends and they genuinely care about us. It is up to us to not be deceived by t-shirts and bags of rice, but throw some of these crucial questions to them. Why are my roads still not fixed? Why are our women losing children because they don't have access to proper health facilities? It is only when we hold them accountable that they will sit up and serve us the way they should. So if you're experiencing any problems in your town, in your community, don't think you are a small, insignificant person. You're speaking for hundreds and thousands of other people who are too afraid to share their problems with us. Take your phone out and record an up to 1 minute video. Send that video to us via the email hellomrpresidenttv@gmail.com and the WhatsApp line 0550-585832. And every Wednesday at 9:30 a.m. we will show it here and call onto those policymakers who are supposed to do something to do right by you. It is about time that we actively participated in our own development, and it starts with holding our leaders accountable. Thank you guys so much for staying with us. It is still Breakfast Daily on City TV. Thank you so much again. Now, there's a birthday message that I missed last week that is very important and special. Belated happy birthday from Kwaku Ansa to Yvette Efia Ansa. On this special day, we pray for long life, wisdom, and more blessings for her. Remember that her feat will be accomplished by God in His time. The whole family loves her. Happy birthday, October's finest. From your brother, Kwaku Ansa of City TV. Thank you guys again for staying for Breakfast Daily. My name is Dziffa Ametam.
And I'm David Kwaku Sakyi, and if you happen to have missed any of the segments of the show, kindly go over to our YouTube page, CityTube. That's where you can find all the segments nicely packaged for you. Make sure that you subscribe. Click on the notification button as well, okay, so that you can receive all our videos as we post them there for you. Like, comment, and share with all your friends. My name is David Kwaku Sakyi. Thank you for watching.
City TV is live. On DSTV, go to channel 363. On GoTV, access City TV on channel 182. On a digital TV, please press the menu button on the remote control and run a new search on your TV. Take note that without an antenna, you cannot access City TV on your television. City TV can be accessed on a free-to-air digital box like the GoTV and Star Times box. City TV, it's your world.
This is VOA Africa.
Hello, I'm Esther Githo-Ewart. It's Tuesday, October 13th. This is Africa 54. Due to the global outbreak of coronavirus, Voice of America is taking every necessary precaution to safeguard its employees. So our broadcast will look a little different today and in the near future, as we, out of an abundance of caution, reduce our staffing at VOA headquarters here in Washington. We're working to help keep you informed about what's going on, and we appreciate you staying with us on Africa 54. We begin in Central Africa, where his friends say he died of long-term sadness, but malnutrition was also a factor in the death of an 18-year-old inmate, according to prison officials. He is one of dozens to die at a prison in the Democratic Republic of Congo due to a lack of food. We get more on the distressing story in this Reuters news report.
Friends of Mbisa say he died of sorrow, but the director of the Democratic Republic of Congo jail where he passed away, Camille Nzonzi Mukonyo, says malnutrition was a contributing factor, as the 18-year-old did not have visitors to bring him meals.
The people in that state are the desperate ones who have no visitors, and they don't get anything extra. Those who don't get visitors only eat what is available at the prison.
Mbisa is one of more than 50 inmates who have died of malnutrition at the crowded main prison in Bunia, in DRC's northeast, since the start of the year, according to the United Nations. He was serving a year in jail, having been convicted of rape. Fellow inmate Datsuvi Ali said the teenager's family couldn't visit him because the distance was too far.
He was very worried. His condition deteriorated after a week. He died after being taken to the general hospital. He was a good friend.
Built to house around 250 inmates, the Bunia Central Prison's concrete walls hold 5 times that number. Food is budgeted based on its capacity, not its population, meaning those without outside help rarely get more than 1 meal a day. And the problem is widespread.
Well, malnutrition is rife in prisons across Congo.
Thomas Fessy is a researcher for Human Rights Watch.
It comes as no surprise when we know that government funds have been delayed for months. If it wasn't for emergency aid coming from charities or local groups and churches, most detainees wouldn't be fed at present.
The government also says more needs to be done. Human Rights Minister Andre Lite said it was an undeniable fact that more effort needed to go into the management of Congo's prisons.
That report was from Reuters News. In recent months, unpredictable, intense floods have washed across parts of Kenya, Sudan, Ethiopia, and several other East and Central African countries, ruining homes and livelihoods. At the same time, people and governments are battling a global pandemic. VOA's Anita Powell spoke to those affected in parts of East Africa.
Paradise in peril. As the world battles a pandemic, large swaths of the African continent have been submerged by floods. This is the scene in the eastern Ugandan city of Jinja, along the shores of Lake Victoria. Since March, flooding has left more than 400 people dead in East Africa. In Uganda, Catholic Relief Services estimates that as many as 580,000 people are affected,
from nice lakeshore homes in Kampala to small farms along the Kenya border.
And you're a smallholder farmer who normally benefits from farming on a riverbank, and suddenly there's this raging flash flood that comes down the hills and mountains because of this very intense rainfall. You lose everything.
In the town of Jinja, radio host and environmental activist John Hillary says flooding doesn't just destroy homes, it ruins the very fabric that holds society together.
The public hospital, the only public hospital in the Chilembe region, completely destroyed. So people, as a result of the floods, got sick, but they could not get anywhere else to go to because the hospital had been destroyed.
Dehoy says heavy rainfall is normal in East Africa. What isn't is the frequency and intensity seen lately. He says Uganda is facing a triple threat that's making it even harder for groups to help.
We have the locusts, we have all the floods, and then on top of everything else, we have COVID-19. And so it's been, for the affected people, it's been an especially hard year, to be on a lockdown and be affected by floods, and then because of the lockdown, accessing the support and the relief that they are entitled to.
Hillary, who has a radio show, speaks often about climate change. He grew up on a farm, so for him, this is personal.
Over time, we have noticed that because of what I think is negligence, we've been involved in practices that have completely destroyed our rain cycle. Our climate is deteriorating every other day. I'm only 26. I have seen over time my world deteriorating. I don't want to see the same for my children.
This, he says, is a living nightmare. This is his home, and he wants future generations to see its beauty too. Anita Powell, VOA News, Johannesburg.
The head of Nigeria's police has announced that its controversial SARS police unit is being disbanded. This was prompted by mass protests against the squad's alleged brutality. Angela Okumadu has the details.
Nigeria's Special Anti-Robbery Squad has been dissolved with immediate effect, the country's head of police said on Sunday. A move prompted by days of protests against alleged brutality by the controversial unit.
Stop killing our boyfriends, stop killing our children, stop! Mothers are crying, stop killing them!
The protest came after a video that circulated last week showing alleged members of SARS shooting a man dead in Delta State.
Today, not tomorrow, end SARS now. I can God punish you. God punish you right now.
For years, Nigerians, particularly the young, have accused SARS of heavy-handed methods and say officers regularly targeted, beat and extorted money from them. An Amnesty International report in June documented 82 alleged cases of SARS mistreating, torturing and extrajudicially executing detainees. On Sunday, a statement said the police would respond to the yearnings of the people and that members of SARS would be redeployed. A new strategy to tackle its remit of fighting armed robbery, kidnapping and violent crime will be announced. But among protesters, there is skepticism. And on Sunday, police used water cannon to disperse hundreds of protesters in the capital, Abuja. Critics say police officials and politicians have said they were disbanding or reforming SARS multiple times in recent years with little visible change.
That was Reuters' Angela Okumadu reporting. Liberian supporters of President George Weah's ruling Congress for Democratic Change say they are planning a protest for Wednesday. Liberia is about to enter a period of counter-protests. Action. The opposition collaborating political parties is expected to hold the first of a series of protests on October 28th. The Council of Patriots, which is also part of the opposition, is planning another protest on November 16th to highlight, among other issues, what the group calls a wave of violence against peaceful citizens by ruling party hoodlums and state security actors. Ben Togba, national chairman of the ruling CDC Council, claims that ruling party supporters have been violent. He says Wednesday's protest is to alert the international community about what he says are men engaged in troublemaking, especially opposition leaders and their surrogates. As the world's attention is focused on the presidential election in America, another important vote for a key position is generating controversy in Africa. Chadian politician Moussa Faki Mahamati is running unopposed for re-election as chairman of the African Union Commission. Critics say his run is undemocratic and they are seeking to extend the nomination deadline to November. Here again is VOA's Anita Powell reporting from Johannesburg.
African Union Commission Chairman Moussa Faki Mahamat is running unopposed for re-election as Africa's top diplomat. But that uncontested race has provoked outrage from observers of the 55-member African Union, which they say is failing to represent the needs of the continent's 1.3 billion people. Critics of the Ethiopia-based organization are lobbying to postpone the vote at least 6 months to let more candidates come forward. The author of a petition by the Coalition of Supporters Unions of Africa says the AU did that 4 years ago when there were only 3 candidates for that seat. He spoke to VOA via Google Hangouts.
How come that 4 years down the line, at the same time, we are having only 1 candidate and people are telling us that that is representative enough? If 3 wasn't representative enough, how can 1 be representative enough?
Analyst Lisa Lovaudran of the Institute for Security Studies says this vote, cast by African heads of state, not by the general population, is important.
The AU Commission chairperson also has to represent the continent on the world stage, basically, when it comes to Africa's relations with the European Union, with China, with the US, with the UN. And he has quite a lot of leeway, I would say.
That's why, says Pan-African activist Daniel Mbonu, it's critical to get a leader who truly represents the continent. He supports the petition to delay the vote. He spoke to VOA from Nairobi via Google Hangouts.
He has displayed a lot of incompetency in the organization and running of the AU, of the African Union organization. At the same time, he has been unable to address issues that are facing people of African descent around the world. And there have been allegations of massive fraud at the African Union, corruption, nepotism, which governs the appointment of people to different positions. Over the years, we have seen that the African Union has failed to attain the objectives that it was founded on.
So if not Mohammed, then who? Critics say one candidate, the AU's former ambassador to the U.S., a Zimbabwean national, has been sidelined after she was removed from that position last year. Both critics also claim the AU has been heavily influenced by former colonial leader France. Since 2002, 4 of the 5 commission chairpersons have hailed from Francophone nations.
Just by the uproar that came around after, the purported sack of Madame Arikana Chiobori-Pam, I would say, and my organization says, that Faki Mahamat is a failure. He is not somebody that should lead Africa for another 4 years. And we want a change. Now, come to think of it, Madame Arikana Chiobori-Pam herself has filed an application for nomination to become, a runner for that same position. And we have a situation where her nomination has gotten lost at the AU headquarters. And that is very, very strange.
The AU has not been able to meet in person in recent months because of the global pandemic. The petition to delay the election has gotten 16,000 signatories, Ababrese says. If granted, it would move the vote into early 2021. Anita Powell, VOA News, Johannesburg.
Amnesty International says Tanzanian President John Magufuli is building a formidable arsenal of laws that are being used to stifle all forms of dissent ahead of the country's October 28th presidential election. President Magufuli is seeking a second 5-year term. In a report released Monday, Amnesty International says Magufuli's government is weaponizing laws to create an uneven playing field for the opposition, silencing local and international media and civil society organizations. Tanzanian government officials were not immediately available for comment. Dipros Muchena, Amnesty International Regional Director for East and Southern Africa, says his organization is calling on Magufuli to reverse this tide of stifling dissent and create a more politically equal society. We would like to hear what you think about Africa 54 and the stories we cover. Join the discussion on Facebook The address is Africa 54. We're also streaming our broadcast live on Facebook. Please watch and share our show with your friends. Also check out our headlines 24/7 on voaafrica.com. Coming up, the fight against a spike in gender-based violence during the COVID-19 lockdown in East and Southern Africa. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Africa 54. U.S. Senate Republicans kicked off a sprint Monday to confirm Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. Just 3 weeks before Election Day, Senate Judiciary Committee hearings began amid continuing concerns about the impact coronavirus infections will have on Barrett's final nomination vote. VOA's congressional correspondent Catherine Gibson has more.
Arriving on Capitol Hill, which has been shut down for the past week in an effort to contain the spread of the coronavirus, Barrett took her first moment before the full Senate Judiciary Committee to explain her judicial philosophy.
Courts are not designed to solve every problem or right every wrong in our public life. The policy decisions and value judgments of government must be made by the political branches, elected by and accountable to the people. The public should not expect courts to do so, and courts should not try.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has a narrow margin of error to fill the vacancy left by the death of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg last month and confirm President Donald Trump's nominee before Election Day on November 3rd. The Democratic vice presidential candidate, who also is a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, said the process rejects the will of American voters.
A clear majority of Americans want whomever wins this election to fill this seat.
But even with some Republican members of the committee testing positive for COVID-19 10 days ago, the Senate is moving forward.
There's nothing unconstitutional about this process. This is a vacancy that's occurred through a tragic loss of a great woman, and we're going to fill that vacancy with another great woman.
Democrats say Trump is rushing to seat Barrett for two reasons coming up in just the next month.
President Trump has made it clear he wants another of his appointees on the Supreme Court before the election because he anticipates court challenges over the vote, especially over mail-in balloting, which he has repeatedly attacked without any substance. President Trump has indicated he'd be perfectly happy to have a close election decided by a 6-3 conservative majority Supreme Court rather than by the votes of the American people.
And just a week after Election Day, the Supreme Court will hear a key case on the Affordable Care Act, the Obama administration's health care law.
the Trump administration is arguing that the act is unconstitutional and in effect to take away the Affordable Care Act and the health insurance it provides to millions of Americans as a means of unconstitutionality. So Justice Barrett will be one of the deciding factors in this major issue.
Democrats plan to focus on Barrett's possible deciding vote on health care.
Health care coverage for millions of Americans is at stake with this nomination.
But they have already faced Republican warnings not to make the faith of the devout Catholic mom of 7 an issue.
We've read stories about your Catholic lifestyle, stories about how you raise your children, stories about how you adopted your children, stories about your Catholic doctrinal beliefs, over and over and over questioning whether you have, I guess, the independence to be a judge, a justice on the United States Supreme Court.
Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden, who also is Catholic, said Barrett should not face questions about her religion.
No, her faith should not be considered.
The Senate Judiciary Committee is on track to approve the Barrett nomination by October 22nd, setting up the possibility of a full Senate floor vote as early as the week of October 26th, a week before Election Day. Catherine Gibson, VOA News, Washington.
In our health report, observers say many countries are reporting a surge in cases of gender-based violence due to COVID-19 lockdown measures. Data from the United Nations reveals that 1 in 3 women worldwide are experiencing either intimate partner violence or non-partner sexual violence during their lifetime. In Africa, the Eastern and Southern Africa regions have high rates of sexual violence against women and girls. According to the United Nations Population Fund, the high rate in the region is maintained by the persistence of harmful gender norms, alcohol use, and overall increased poverty, violence in urban slum areas, and conflict areas. For more on gender-based violence, Africa 54 health correspondent Lino Mudu spoke with Dr. Kemi Da Silva Ibru, an OBGYN specialist and founder of the Women at Risk International Foundation in Nigeria.
When we discuss the issue of gender-based violence, our statistics are such that 1 in 4 girls before the age of 18 would have experienced at least 1 violent sexual encounter. And over 70% would experience more than 1. So when you look at the math, what we see is an average of over 10,000 cases every day in Nigeria where a woman or a young girl is enduring a violent sexual encounter. So many of the young girls and women that we see have been physically attacked. So we're dealing with physical injuries. Then we're dealing with the mental and the emotional injuries that come with these horrific attacks. And then from a medical point of view, you're looking at an increase in the number of cases of possibly HIV or other sexually transmitted diseases, because many of these attacks go unprotected when we're dealing with penetrative sexual intercourse. We're also dealing with unwanted pregnancies. And of course, then we're dealing with the long-term medical impact, perhaps, of these attacks, that as it affects a woman's fertility. With regards to her family, as we all know, women are typically the glue in their homes. And so an adverse impact on her adversely impacts on the rest of the family.
What are some of the reasons why women will stay in violent relationships?
Well, in this part of the world, in Africa, specifically in Nigeria, the primary reason is the woman's mindset. Women are socialized from a very young age to be subjugated by men. Sadly, young girls see it with regards to their parents and perhaps their mothers, and mothers encourage young girls because it's culturally acceptable to accept their lot in life when they're in families and situations of abuse. And as I mentioned earlier, she doesn't have an enabling community that even empowers her to leave. She doesn't have the resources because unfortunately we are dealing with a low middle income country with a lot of challenges, both politically and economically.
So what type of interventions have you implemented that you have found effective?
We work under the health education, and community service pillars. So with the health, our intervention is providing a sexual assault referral center or a rape crisis center in the epicenter of Lagos State, one of the 36 states of Nigeria. And we also provide satellite services in other states. And with this center, we're able to offer free services with the provision of medical and forensic medical examinations. We're able to offer tests such as HIV and pregnancy tests. We're able to give the post-exposure HIV drugs and the morning after pill if we're fortunate enough to see the survivor in a timely fashion. And then we can start our emotional healing with counseling. With our educational pillar, the idea is prevention, going into elementary and tertiary institutions and designing and implementing specific programs to address the needs of the different groups. So with a girl child, for instance, in an elementary school, the focus is on preventing sexual violence, perhaps, and empowering her and giving her the necessary information and knowledge that she needs. With regards to the boy, perhaps it's changing his mindset, because perhaps he already has a mindset of a potential perpetrator because he's socialized in a home of violence where he doesn't know better. And in the tertiary institutions, we're dealing with young adults who now are dealing with the challenges, not just of sexual violence from the home, but also in schools and on campuses. And then finally, the community service was important because many parts of Africa, including Nigeria, is still very much in the rural areas. So we need to take those programs into these rural communities. And there we identify community leaders, we empower them with training, and we then ask them to go back into their communities to raise awareness and assist.
You talked about prevention with the young boy in school, and that's such an important part of the whole idea of preventing gender-based violence. When we prevent it from a younger age, what about the adult men?
Our focus when it comes to men is actually the police force, the law enforcement officers. We have found in Nigeria that a lot of times police officers don't have the necessary sensitivity training or perhaps even the necessary information on referral and protocols in addressing survivors of rape. And so we embarked on a program where we started to go into different police stations to train these police officers because they are the first point of call when it comes to reporting these cases. I believe violence against women and girls across the world is one of the most pervasive forms of a human rights violation. And like Hillary Clinton said, this is still the unfinished business of the 21st century. And I believe it's time that we finish it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kemi da Silva Ibru, for joining us today.
Thank you very much for having me, Linda.
That was Africa 54 health correspondent Leno Mudu speaking with Dr. Kemi da Silva Ibru, an OBGYN specialist and founder of the Women at Risk International Foundation in Nigeria. And that's our show for today. Be sure to watch Africa 54 on our website at voaafrica.com. From all of us here in Washington, we thank you for watching.
Being part of Our Voices is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Election 2020, Ghana makes a choice. Tracking and bringing reports of the presidential and parliamentary campaigns across the length and breadth of this nation.
Analyzing campaign activities and election data with our panelists on the Voters' Diary.
The Voter's Diary is the most factual, instructive, and balanced election 2020 analysis program on television.
The Voter's Diary, every weekday on City TV from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m.
Stay informed on all the relevant issues on election 2020. Tune into The Voter's Diary, it's Ghana's choice.
Hello there and welcome to 2020 News on City TV. My name is Michael Obodu. Coming up, Bureau of Public Safety kicks against the decision to provide security for members of parliament, saying it will compromise the security of the masses. Also, Infantiman NPP denies reports that widow of slain legislator Ekokwansa Hayford has been selected to represent the party in the December 7 general elections. And Supreme Court will today hear Asin Central MP Kennedy Japon's application to have his ongoing contempt trial at the High Court terminated. The details now. At least 800 police officers will be deployed to enhance security of members of parliament in the coming years. That's according to Minister for the Interior, Ambrose Derry. Following the gruesome killing of the Infantiman MP Akua Hayford in a robbery attack, government has deployed 200 police officers to serve as guards to MPs till the end of the year. The officers will operate under the Parliamentary Protection Unit. Speaking to the media, Ambrose Derry indicated that the additional number of police personnel will provide security for MPs at their residence.
Ideally, to get to where we should get to, subsequently, we should have 800 police added so that each member of parliament will also have security at home in the day and night. The judges do have that. Ministers do have that. Indeed, leadership of parliament, the speaker, deputy speakers, and leadership has that. So thanks to the retooling, we've got adequate police personnel to deal with the 200. But we have to move it further, because you do know that just like the judges are exposed because they take decisions that affect people adversely, the MPs are even worse. Because how many of you know the judges who sit on cases each day? But here, our sittings are telecast live. When a member of parliament gets up to speak, his name is printed or her name is printed, and then you do know that very serious decisions are taken here, which have ramifications for some people.
The Bureau of Public Safety says the decision to provide members of parliament with armed police guard will compromise the security of the masses. The Bureau says the decision will shift the attention of the country's security services from the masses to a few privileged Ghanaians. The Interior Minister Ambrose Derry announced that 200 police personnel will be deployed to protect MPs till the end of the year. This follows the killing of the MP from Infantiman Akua Hayford in a robbery attack. But the Executive Director of the Bureau of Public Safety, Nanaya Akwada, says Ghanaians have been shortchanged by the decision.
The commitment he has made actually reduces national security, which aims at providing security for the general population, to a retail security on offer for politicians and men of power. And by so doing, he has left the ordinary Ghanaian to his vulnerable fate. This is appalling, it's offensive, it's indecent. This single action sends a very wrong signal to the many lives which have been lost in similar fashion.
The Fantaman constituency of the governing New Patriotic Party has denied reports that the wife of the slain Fantaman MP Kwansa Hayford has been selected to represent the party in the 2020 parliamentary elections. According to the party, although the grassroots members are pushing for Madame Ophelia Hayford to fill the vacancy, the party is yet to take a firm decision on who leads the constituency. The late Fantaman MP was gunned down by armed men on the Mankasim to Abiadze Road while returning from a campaign engagement. The first vice chairman of the party in the constituency, Yalbechi Nyakon, explains to City News the stance of the party.
It's not true. Nothing has come out like that. When the president was here, the grassroots of the party were chanting, no white, no vote. But the party at the constituency level has not decided who is going or who is to replace the MP. So we are making consultations. I can tell the public that they should wait until Thursday. Thursday, you will hear or you will endorse or give us the person who succeeds Honorable Kwansa Hayford.
The Supreme Court will later this morning hear the application by Asin Central MP for intervention in his contempt trial ongoing at the High Court. Kennedy Japan applied to the Apex Court to exercise its supervisory jurisdiction over the lower courts and stop Justice Amos Wuntawuni of the High Court from prosecuting the contempt charges against him. The MP further asked in a September 17 application that the Supreme Court quashes all orders and decisions made by Justice Wuni in pursuit of the contempt cases against him. The Apex Court, at its hearing yesterday instructed the Attorney General's Department to study an affidavit filed in opposition to the application by the High Court Registrar for and on behalf of Justice Wuni and give legal representation to the Land Court judge at today's hearing. Kennedy Japan is worried that justice will not be served if the Supreme Court allows Justice Wuni to go ahead to hear the case against him. Now, away from that, the Ministry of Roads and Highways is warning developers and individuals that all buildings erected within road reservations will soon be demolished. According to the ministry, developers must be cautious of where they acquire lands to put up structures. Speaking to City News after a demolition exercise along the Accra-Tema motorway to pave way for the completion of the Boundary Road extension, Sector Minister Kwesi Amoakwata said government is not obliged to compensate owners of illegally sited buildings that are demolished.
Last April, when I was here with them, I gave an indication that these two houses were standing in the road reservation. And I said emphatically that as the project progresses and we get to this place, those houses will be pulled down. And that's why I'm here with my team to ensure that those houses are pulled down. And I want to stand on this to serve a warning to all potential developers, particularly those who build along the roadside, to contact the Ministry of Roads and Highways. It's government land, that you have even trespassed. So I can tell you, no compensation is paid for the land. Wow, thank you. No compensation is paid for the land, and it will never be paid. Compensation will never be paid.
You're still watching 2020 News on Sakyi TV. My name is Michael Obodu. Still to come, SNIT to pay all outstanding arrears to pensioners who retired from January 2020. We'll bring you the details shortly. Do stay with us.
The conversations that help you shape your spiritual journey as a Christian. Find the answers you seek. Catch the 700 Club with Pat Robinson every Sunday morning at 8:30 a.m. on City TV.
On the 7th of December, you will be going to the polls to elect a member of parliament. How well do you know your constituency?
We take a visit to the Awutu Senya East constituency of the Central region. We are coming to you from the Inshayaso constituency in the Ashanti region. I'm still in the Aswanse constituency.
Political parties will be campaigning for your vote.
We have done almost about 80 to 90 different projects across the constituency.
There is no single school under any electoral area that has not seen the development of Honorable Muntaka.
But as a constituent, what will inform your choice of a candidate to represent you in Parliament?
My party is my community. What program are you bringing in to solve the problem of my community?
Be involved in what concerns you. My name is Fremedu Nyame. Join me on the constituency for all you need to know concerning your socio-economic development. The constituency airs on City TV Mondays to Thursdays.
Welcome back. This is 2020 News on City TV. Up next is business. Differences in the lump sum arrears owed workers who went on retirement from January 2020. The Trades Union Congress, TUC, in 2019 petitioned the President to correct anomalies regarding the three-tier pension scheme. According to the workers, their scheme was shortchanging pensioners in terms of the lump sum benefits they receive. They also complained that the miscomputation of past credit by the Social Security and National Insurance Trust SNIT was worrying and should not be allowed to continue. Speaking at the commissioning of the renovated TUC office complex, President Akua said he has tasked the senior minister in SNIT to work on paying all outstanding arrears occasioned by the scheme.
Has to do with the letter of 24th of August 2020 sent to me by the Secretary General on behalf of the Trades Union Congress requesting my intervention to, and I quote, correct the injustice and unfairness in the implementation of the three-tier pension system, unquote, and resolve the issue of past credit for public sector workers who retired from January 2020. I refer the matter to that outstanding public servant, the senior minister, the Honorable Yao Osafo Mafu, who after careful studies and extensive deliberations has laid out the position of government in this matter. To assure the public sector labor organizations of our good intentions, government through SNIT would pay the difference in the lump sum payments between beneficiaries of PNDC Law 247 and those of Act 7666 for those retiring in 2020 with effect from 1st January 2020 to 31st December 2020. A committee will be established to supervise the implementation.
The Institute for Energy Security says it will require political willpower for the country to make significant strides in the renewable energy sector. According to IES, Ghana will have to draw lessons from countries like Kenya that are leaders in the renewable energy sector on the continent. There's more in this report. Ghana's national energy policy objective of using renewable energy for 10% of total energy production by 2020 was extended to 2030 due to the failure to implement the right policies towards achieving the goal. The Energy Commission's data shows that as of the end of 2019, Ghana had only 1% penetration rate of electricity from renewable energy sources in its total generation mix. Yet, in the midst of this, the country's current electrification rate is about 85%, which is slightly a bit far off target. To be able to achieve a universal electricity access by the new set year of 2025, Ghana may be required to work hard to grow the annual access rate by at least 3%. This growth, the Institute of Energy Security believes, is largely feasible with the support of renewable energy sources. Speaking to City Business News, a fellow of the Institute for Energy Security, Beatrice Ananfio, said Ghana can learn from other African countries like Kenya, who have made some progress in the renewable energy space.
It would depend on the commitment of the ruling class or the leaders of the country, because as we speak today, electricity is about 85% coverage. The point is that at what cost is that electricity? How many people can afford? And it's evidenced by the debt in the energy sector and how the IPPs will be threatening, and they keep threatening. So we cannot tell. But we hope that even if we should achieve the target by 2030, and I say 2030 because the national energy policy of including renewable energy or 10% renewable energy was extended from 2020 to 2030. And so if as part of our ambition to make renewable energy...
Well, that'll be all for business on 2020 News. Up next is sports.
It's time for sports on 2020 News. My name is Daniel Kranting. A new Arsenal signing, Thomas Partey, says he was happy when his agent informed him that the move to the North London club was going to happen. Partey arrived at the club's training ground for the first time yesterday after international duty with Ghana, following his £45 million move from Atletico Madrid on deadline day. Now, the 27-year-old has revealed that he was not aware of the move until the last minute.
I feel so great, excited. You know, it's something that makes me feel great, makes me feel important, and it's a great feeling to be here. Well, until the last moment, I was not aware. My agent called me that it's going to happen, and I was so happy. I could not even sleep that night, and it was a great feeling. Yeah, I was so happy. I was excited. I don't know. I was not even here yet, and then they are crazy about me. They want me to join the club. I received a lot of messages. They say join the club, or we are not sleeping. And it was a great feeling. Well, I feel so happy. I already feel part of the family because the fans have received me. Everybody is saying some nice things about me, and you know, being received like this.
Partey also disclosed that Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta's plans for the club helped him make the decision to join.
Yeah, he was very important. Him and Edu, they told me about their plans, and it was so exciting, so I had to accept it. Well, I think it was the decision of the club, you know. They were working everything out. I was concentrating on my training, and I think it happened because it has to happen, and I feel great to be here. I think it's a great challenge, you know. I want to experience new challenges, and also in a great family like us now, I think I'm
Now, Neymar moves second behind Pelé in Brazil's all-time leading scorers list by scoring a hat-trick in their 2022 World Cup qualifying win over Peru. Now, the PSG forward scored his 64th international goal when he tapped in late on to complete a 4-2 win for Brazil. Peru twice took the lead in Lima, but Neymar scored 2 penalties to take his tally above Ronaldo, with Pelé on 77 goals. The 28-year-old has scored his goals in 104 international appearances, while Pelé played only 92 times for his country. And that's all for sports. My name is Daniel Okranti.
And that's it for 2020 News on City TV. All the news in 20 minutes. Our website, citynewsroom.com, has more information on our top stories and more. Subscribe to CityTube on YouTube for more exclusive video content from City TV. Download the City Newsroom app on the Google Play Store or the App Store and keep updated on the go. You can also watch City TV on DSTV channel 363 and GoTV channel 182. My name is Michael Obodu. Thank you for watching. As always, please stay safe.
The year 2020 has been declared by government as the year of roads. Now, with barely 3 months to the end of the year, we've seen and heard demonstrations and protests from various communities across the country over the deplorable nature of roads in their various localities. On this edition of the City Newsroom, the Roads Minister, Akua, is on tour to inspect the level of progress on some important or major road projects here in the Greater Accra region. We are at the Pokwase interchange, which is a 4-tier interchange started in April of 2018. Now, it is located at the ACP junction, but connects the N6 through to the Awoshi Kwabenya Road. We'll have the resident engineer, and then we're going to bring him in to give us the details of the project. Hello and welcome to the City Newsroom, sir.
Thank you very much.
Help us understand how big of a project is this? We understand this is a 4-tier interchange, but how big of a project is it?
Well, thank you very much. As you can see, we are constructing 4 tiers. And when we say 4-tier, we mean 4-tier stack interchange, one on top of each other. And the first tier is the Accra-Kumasi Road, which is the N6. So there we have a dual carriageway, and at a point we have almost 10 lanes. 10 lanes to ensure that the middle carriageway, which will be 4, will cater for those who are going from Accra to Kumasi or to Kumasi to Accra uninterrupted. And then we have service lane and 1 lane basically for buses that will be stopping, especially at the interchange area. So that's the first tier. Now the second tier will be for traffic moving from Accra to Awoshi and from Kumasi to Kwabenya. So they are on opposite sides. And then the third tier will be for those moving from Kwabenya to Accra and from Awoshi to Kumasi. So that is the third tier. And the final tier, which is the 4th tier, is the one at the top from Awoshi to Kwabenya.
Let's look at the safety. What measures have been put in place to ensure that vehicles do not fall off since they are so high above ground?
Well, we are putting in crash barriers, and these crash barriers have been designed to ensure that when a vehicle hits it, one is strong enough to withstand the impact, and also to deflect the vehicle. You see, so if you normally a vehicle will not hit it head on, it's going to hit it at an angle, okay, or it's going to skid and hit it. Once you hit it, it will deflect, and also to ensure that the impact is not borne totally by the occupant of the vehicles.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Mr. Bimpong there, the resident engineer on this project, the Pokwase interchange. Now, the Minister, Kwesi Amoakwata, has been touching on the issue of storm drains as well as compensation for persons who live within the catchment area of the interchange that were affected by the construction.
They are constructing almost a 2-kilometer storm drain, as part of the project to ensure that we don't experience any flooding in this area. Storm drain issues should be part and parcel of such projects, so that they become one solid, indivisible, composite project, so that by the time you finish the construction of the bridge, the drain issues or the flooding issues are also catered for. Enough monies are released, at the right time, to pay compensation for the work to go on. That's why this work is uninterrupted, okay? And government will continue to do that.
So the construction of the interchange has affected pedestrians, residents, as well as drivers around this area. And so we want to engage some of them so that we can get a proper understanding of how they have been affected. There is a taxi rank around where the construction is ongoing. I understand this is a temporary one. So I want to find out from the drivers where they were stationed earlier before the construction and why they have moved to this particular spot. Hello and welcome to the City Newsroom.
Thank you.
Right, so where were you earlier and how long has it been since you moved from that particular station?
Okay, thank you. At first we were at the downstairs there. So about almost 1 year we came here. Now I don't think here it's not specific place for us. It's temporary. It was only last 2 weeks they came that they wanted to move their work to this place. So we are here to find out where we move to the our next station.
Okay. So if I understand you, you move your station according to the direction of the construction.
That's right.
Okay, great. How is this affecting your business?
Actually, it mostly affected us and the customers. Because mostly, anytime a new customer comes, we are not at the other station again. So actually, it affects us more.
So now you've been told that the construction is moving towards this direction.
Yeah.
Where are you moving the station to?
And as I said, we are here to hear from our leaders.
Okay.
So I think if it happens, we find a place to be placed.
Let's talk to some commuters as well and find out what their own experience is. How long have you used this road?
Barely about a year.
Okay. So you're familiar with where the station was before it was moved to this particular spot?
Exactly.
So tell us, between there and here, which one are you more comfortable with?
Okay, probably since we have been using these routes, this place is quite favorable to us.
We understand that in 2 weeks' time, the construction works will move towards this direction, and so the drivers will be forced to move to another location. How would this affect you?
Okay, if the station is being moved again, for now we don't know where it's going to be moved to, but it's not going to affect us much during the day, but in the evening time, that is where it's going to affect us much. But definitely we know here to be our landing point, and when this project is completed, this place is no more going to be our landing point. So definitely it's worrying, it will be worrying a little bit, mostly in the evening, not at the daytime, in the evening. So I think there should be a suggestion whereby this station or where we bought our transport to our various locations, they should provide a security for us, those who will be boarding car from here, because in the evening, this place is very, very, very risky.
Thank you very much.
Also, my colleague Philip Ni Latte is following the minister to the last point of his tour somewhere in Adregano, and he has a report from there as well.
The Minister of Roads and Highways, Kwesi Amwakwata, and his team later inspected the Adregano boundary road connecting American House within East Legon to assess the level of work on the project. Though the construction of the road, which will ease traffic in the area when completed, was ongoing, some buildings within the road reservation along the Accra-Tema motorway were pulled down to pave way for the project to be completed on time. According to Mr. Amwakwata, who instructed that the buildings be demolished, the structures were unlawfully built within the road reservation. He says all buildings cited wrongfully along roads will be demolished.
Last April, when I was here with them, I gave an indication that these two houses were standing in the road reservation. And I said emphatically that as the project progresses and we get to this place, those houses will be pulled down. And I want to stand on this to serve a warning to all potential developers, particularly those who build along the roadside, to contact the Ministry of Roads and Highways.
Mr. Amwakwata, however, noted that government is not obliged to compensate the owners of the demolished buildings.
It's government land, that you have even trespassed. So I can tell you, no compensation is paid for the land. Wow, thank you. No compensation is paid for the land, and it will never be paid. Compensation will never be paid.
This is the City Countdown.
What's up, my citizens? What's up, Charlie? Welcome once again to the City Countdown, your #1 and favorite music chat show, where we feature the hottest songs and rank them basically on how frequently they are played on the airwaves. Yep. Now, last week, we ended the show with Kwame Eugene maintaining his spot at #1 with his Open Gate song and making it 4 weeks since he took over that spot. So once again, this is how he did it.
Open Gate, and they call me Eugene. Call your mommy, make I call my mommy. Where they everybody they should hear what I have to say. My baby, pretty baby, oh my sexy lady, I can't wait for our wedding. And on that day, happy birthday.
Wale Sebe Konto Mure is how we set the ball rolling as the gates of this week's countdown are finally opened. And of course, we're going to be doing our walkings through the various junctions of the show, such as Discovery of the Week, Spotlight, African Music Hits, and Rumor Has. And I best believe it's going to be a fun walk, and you do not want to miss all the action. The show, of course, is interactive, so don't forget to follow me on Twitter at Olele Sawada and tweet at me your favorite songs, your views, comments, and all that with the hashtag City Countdown. And let's, vibe together, okay? My name is Emmanuel Sabon, however, and I'm gonna be your regular host, or I am your regular host, as usual. We're gonna go for a quick break. When we come back, we will begin a journey in finding out who is our #1 this week.
We're about to change your Sunday night for the better.
Prophecy is not for useless things and loose, frivolous things. Prophecy is for weightier matters.
We will bring you the most captivating guests and explore the most amazing stories. Your way to stardom was really planned.
Calculated. It was falling in place.
I wanted a specific future for myself.
First, I'm gonna give my popularity. Second, help must come from it.
Yes.
Like upside down like the show.
You know it, you know it, you know it. We will dazzle you with real life situations and examine mind-blowing topics.
Bobby says he can pay me. I want to show him cash. Good one.
So is that what it's about?
Oh yes, I'll prove to this guy. Cash.
Draw your swords. Deuteronomy 8:3. Charge.
Join me, Frema Dunyame,
and me, Atokwamna, every Sunday at 7 p.m. on City TV. Are you ready?
Upside Down, every Sunday, 7 p.m. only on City TV.
Okay, welcome back. If you just tuned in, you are watching the City Countdown. My name, of course, is Emmanuel Serpon. Well, let's start off at number 10. And at number 10 this week is the man, Mr. Drew, making a return to the chart after a successful stint with his later record. Okay, produced by award-winning producer MOG. He calls this one, Let Me Know.
Number 10.
Man, Chris Brown, busting dance moves effortlessly right there. Makes me miss my days in school when I used to dance, you know, and good down. Anyways, beautiful record from the man, Mr. Drew. Now, this song is already catching the heat with TikTok users across the continent, and we have some dance crews doing some, you know, or let me just say, doing several routines globally with it as well, all right? Solid stuff. Now, moving on from one great production to the other is the man Bede or Bede One, who was asked to be given way when he entered the chart last week at number 9. But I'd be like, boys in the hair. So this week he has stayed put again at number 9 and still asking for people to give him way. Bede, tell the people something.
Number 9.
Yeah. Yeah. P on the beat. Yeah. Me get a table time where me she in ye, my try be careful. That to me to be, ya want me moto, my jia to me no mu se pebble. Forget again if I need musuonko, Koko you are here more circle. Araba, but my zena me come around too. In Chawalin me them check you. Pin si pin, yeah kind si kay, na mutete fi chain, na mu jan tipe. Ankwa lobi, of a micro so once in a pubi. King size bottle, one to a metal. Lockdown, ebe corner boys are bojo. Ebe corner boys are bojo.
Agbelegba ni ma bote. Agbelegba ni ma bote. Agbelegba ni ma bote. I don't want nobody telling me nya ma bote. Agbelegba ni ma bote. Agbelegba ni ma bote. Agbelegba ni ma bote. I don't want nobody telling me nya ma bote. Come on. Give me way. Mommy queen, give me way, mommy queen, give me way. Open sesame, make the people follow me. Mommy queen, give me way, mommy queen, give me way, mommy queen, give me way. Open sesame, make the people follow me.
Be a quino, now what brim bone be a TSC big game, you will be anchored down. Mumu wine, now what's it when you be TSC? Lema would think Quanya main count. Coming who be one, come a quarter da, Diagana for a yemen, Kaya Wanka Wakwele. Yaswaya Wanama mean, make it piano than an agenda, there's still a may boil it. Me message so bad, give me to one and none. But there was a coconut for rap, Namanum. My young punchlines, Quintiana Masum, who print paying Casa Juan, one of whom my pregana guess, me for something abroad. You might be do know I give it up to the Lord. Now me feet me a hard guy, onto doctor, you and the empty bottle, be me award. But anyway, that was a bad situation. And I miss you, I know I didn't die the quenchi. So make a quality time, me wasty. When I could be making sweet love to Tracy. I believe me, give way, mommy pine, or rap no, a more week in Tabo Dine. Ujabia, never no, become a 9. Big shouts to my Americans, Asante Mai.
Give me way. You heard the man right there. Sakyi and Bryce Sparkles doing what they do best anytime they come together on a record. Now, our number 8 this week is Kiddy. Yeah. He seemed to have dropped the place after staying put at number 7 for, I think, 2 weeks with the song Say Cheese. Now, as he drops further, it could only mean 2 things. Either in deep freezer spore or they give my mind light, of course. The cheese, they melt again with that. Anyways, Kitty is always here to remind us that whenever you do take your photos, don't forget to say cheese.
Number 7.
Sugar daddy.
It's BK Soul from
I got a girl, she a London thing. She wanna roll and smoke one thing. I want to give her a diamond ring, but she say other girls like my thing. She make my heart beat say like say boom boom. Next time you're gonna take you to Bloom Bloom. When we done we go home and boom boom. Hop on the wagon, baby say vroom vroom. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make I see, take a picture. I rap on your day, but we move. Even you where they catch my cruise. You know the vibes, you know the groove. Only why they miss my boo. She make my heart beat say like say boom boom. Next time you're gonna take you to Bloom Bloom. When we done we go home and boom boom. Hop on the wagon, baby say vroom vroom. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make I see, take a picture. I got a girl, she a London thing. She wanna roll and smoke one thing. I want to give her a diamond ring, but she say other girls like my thing. She make my heart beat say like say boom boom. Next time you're gonna take you to Bloom Bloom. When we done we go home and boom boom. Hop on the wagon, baby say vroom vroom.
Yes sir, yes sir. Moving on, and still on the matter of dropping places, Camilo has dropped 2 places from number 5 this week and occupying the number 7 spot to bless us with one of his hit songs of his Contingency Plan EP, the one he titles Maria.
Number 7.
We don't wanna think yeah.
It's so easy.
You've been around the world, me I never seen no one like you. I tell you, that's why we sing this song for you. Give me one shot, come give me one shot. Give me one shot, come give me one shot. You want more of my comedy, cause it gets rid of your allergy. Yo, yeah. Your leg no fit my wallaby, but you just do a chale there for me, yeah. Oh, chale man, no get yeah. OMG, Maria, you they bring me blessing. Baby, you they bring me blessing. Whoa, 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 whoa. OMG, Maria, oh, Ria, oh. Like a millipede, take it slow for me. Killy, Laruso, go say. Philly, I dey show you ring. Oh, yeah. I call it in and you come to me. Give it to me and you make her eat. Oh, baby, you make my head to the sweet. Oh, till you knew never tonight. Forever and ever you're mine. When me don't want a thing like this, continue to do me like this.
OMG Maria, oh Ria, oh eh. Coming on laying the vocals excellently on the rhythm for the mandems and the womandems in it. Anyways, now we are in the month of October, and that means, hey Charlie, it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Charlie, you know how we do, yeah? You know how we do. It's Pink Month. I don't know if I have some pink, but my background is pink, so you guys can, observe that as well, okay? But yeah, the great news is Camido has been selected to be the project ambassador of the Breast Cancer Awareness Month by the Somotech Medical and Diagnostics Center, I believe. Yep, congratulations, man. Grind don't stop, Charlie. Mr. Boomba, I salute you, all right? Anyways, on that note, let's check out of the chart for a bit and check out some songs we discovered over the last 7 days. So, our first discovery for this week is a fast-rising Ghanaian music sensation that goes by the name Nanky. All right, his debut 6-track EP dubbed Remedy has had Ghanaian music lovers tip him for one of the talents to look out for. However, there is one song on the EP that caught our attention, and I want to share that song with you guys. So, off his Remedy EP, here is Nanky with Kwansima.
Discovery of the week.
Let's go. Hey, baby, anytime I see your face, I bomb me down. We are the mad for your body. Me are the craze for your body. My home, hey, go down and bomb me down. We are go die for your body. Me I go fight for your body. We don't care. We are just to feel you. Matter no day. Cause my mother too they feel you. Yes, it don't care. We are just to feel you. Matter no day. Cause my mother too they feel you. Oh, Kwansima, girl, your love is all I need. Intimate feel the way I just sweat. Kwansima, girl, your love is all I need. Intimate feel the way I just sweat. My lover, would you be my lover? Let's go there, don't go there. My lover, would you be my lover? She spoiled everywhere. My lover, would you be my lover? The booty girl with the fine booty girl. My lover, in the pussy, my lover. When I look into your eyes, if you like diamond in the sky, Unku Sharifa, me who am me dyendo. Baby, make you name your price. I want you to be my.
There you have it. There you have it. There Kwansima, beautiful song, beautiful record. I like it. I don't know about you guys, but if you don't like it, you have to like it by force because hey, I like it. Anyways, now our second discovery for the week is reigning artist of the year, Kwame Eugene, teaming up with Faust the Bad Guy. All right, to give us the banger he titles Show Body. Yeah, now this song is off his yet to release album Son of Africa, and hopefully this record will give us a sneak peek of what to expect. Enjoy this one.
Discovery of the week.
See whether tall, whether short, whether slim, whether fat, whether light skin or melanin. Baby, step in a circle and dance to the beat. Whether Angelique Kidjo, Monica Benedicta or Caro, or maybe Mancheri Coco. Baby, step in a circle and dance to the beat. Show body, show body, show body. no be kum 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 kum. Shake it for your man, oh. Juliana. Break it for your hand, oh. Maria, ma. Shake it for your hand, oh. Juliana. Break it for your hand, oh. Maria, ma.
Yeah, Nana, you for move like a this. Body so bad, make her speak Japanese. Konnichiwa, wa ginger the flow. Nana, Baba never seen that before. Walai, Chai, you for slow down now. Where you program that? How you move around like a pole dancer? The most sought after. She can't cut my eye. But I fear to talk, she mami what I find. See, Kele no be issue. I get beauty queens down in Mogadishu. So talk better make her feel you. Or make her get to step in if I need to. I did busy. Wait now, I'm just playing. Small play, you want to turn to rough. Bad guy, Kwame Eugene. This bedu, when you hear and you stop. Oh yeah.
My African lady.
Rockstar, they call me Eugene. Damn, man. Charlie, this guy knows how to make bangers, and I'm Muslim called Hebrews. Charlie, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Anyways, that's all we have for you guys on our discoveries this week. I'm going to have to take a break now because when I come back, I have two interesting personalities on my spotlight this week. You don't want to go anywhere. I'll be back.
City TV is live on DSTV. Go to channel 363. On GoTV, access City TV on channel 182. On a digital TV, please press the menu button on the remote control and run a news search on your TV. Take note that without an antenna, you cannot access City TV on your television. City TV can be accessed on a free-to-air digital box like the GoTV and Star Times box. City TV, it's your world.
Okay, welcome back from that break. The show is still the City Countdown, and you are just in time to find out who we are zoning in on our spotlight this week.
Spotlight.
What time here? Na me who? Na me self lazy goose. What time here? Na me who? Three so pass ludu. What time here? Na me who? Radio be swagumu. Charlotte tiny do. Who to me do crime me.
Spotlight.
Okay, so as you guys can see, I have the main guys in the studio. The video you just watched, what time here? I mean some flexible goose. Dead people. Charlie, guys, I'm actually scared right now. Are you guys really dead for real or that's what's your name?
Okay, I'm Kofi Control.
Kofi Control, and you are?
I'm Kwaku Richie.
Kwaku Richie. So how did dead people come about?
Okay, you know, dead people is ironic.
Yes.
We just wanted the irony of it. It's not scary something. It's not dead as in dead, but an acronym for something.
Is it?
Very great.
So what's the acronym then? Since it's a long, because it seems like is dead people seem to be like a long name that would fit for an acronym. So
okay, so it's decision, emulation, decision, evolution, aspiration, and dedication. That's for the dead.
And I realize that your people, the spelling of the people is different from what we know. That's also an acronym.
Yeah, sure.
Which is
plan, emulate, evolve, push, overcome, and lavish.
Hey, boss, what, you learn literature for school or something?
It's normal English.
I see. Yeah. So how did you come up with the acronym first of all? Is it that something that you guys represent and you thought like, hey, it's a good idea for us to just put it together and come up with dead people?
Yeah, that's what we represent.
I see.
Because in everything you have to make a decision. You know, you have to decide for yourself, and you have to evolve
from it,
and you have to aspire for more, and you dedicate your time in everything and do what you love. Yeah.
I see, and we can clearly see that in what we just saw, the Otaihuno video. Yeah. Tell me about. I did a little research on you guys, and I realized that Otaihuno is your first major song from both of you. Individually, you guys were doing music, and then you came together, and Otaihuno was like your. The first time I actually heard that, Otaihuno was in the Lil Wayne movie. I'm not too sure what the movie was, but I heard the sound in there, and then you decided to come up with Fully. for me personally, that was the first time I heard what we are now celebrating, drill music. I think you guys are the first people to have started drill. I'm not too sure.
We started tree drill.
Tree drill, right. And you guys are not from Kumasi?
We're from Kumasi.
But you're not based in Kumasi?
Yeah, we are not based.
Where are you based?
Accra, yeah.
Accra.
Yeah.
So tell me about Otahunu. How did Otahunu come about? What went to Otahunu? I don't know who's going to take. Maybe you have spoken about it. So let me hear you.
So, okay, so like I think the instrumental was being played in the studio, and then we started vibing to it. First, we have to like get the rhythm for the song, and then we recorded it on our phones, and then later fixed it with. But we coming up with that Otahunu title, we just realized people love to relate to something, and then since everybody has a ghost hater, then people can relate perfectly to the song. And that's why we came up with that.
I see. I see. Now, I didn't know that Dead People was made up of 2 people. So, how did you guys come together to form the song? Did you have the hook in mind, and then he decided to come with the bars, or both of you are rappers? Born by nature?
Okay, actually, we're not rappers. We're professional singers, but we do rap too. So I've known my brother for quite a long time. So we have that connection, that energy. So anytime we meet in the studio to do something is great.
So it was great.
Yeah, so we were vibing to the instrumental, then we were miming, recorded on our phone as he said, and later fixed it was just simple as that.
Did you guys think that this song was going to be your big break? Because it's your first major song. And we all know how difficult it is when you're entering the music industry, which is saturated with all sort of interesting sounds. If it's not Shatawale, it is Sakyi. If it's not Sakyi, it's somebody else. And you guys just came up with this tree drill, and all of a sudden, it just poof, it's catching fire. Do you guys think that this sound is going to be accepted by Ghanaians? And to the fact that we have seen some of your brothers from the Comerica, squad, bringing in their own sound and so on. So, did you guys think about that? What was the thinking process like?
Okay, so in everything, you have to, like music side, you have to do music people can relate to. When people can put themselves
in the music,
they love it. It's automatic. So we wanted to do something relatable, something people can relate to. Everybody can sing
of course. Yeah.
So we did that on purpose for the people.
So this doesn't have any elections related, steez. When we get closer to elections, we have all sort of interesting songs, that people bring out just so that the political parties can hop on and hey, it's a fast way to make money. This does not have any connection to any election or political party whatsoever.
No, not at all.
This is just you guys vibing to the sound and everything.
That's it.
Sure.
I see. So what's next after Otahunu? What should we expect from you guys after Otahunu? Because Otahunu is huge. I don't know if there's some. I know you guys are working on a remix, which of course we show the teaser later. And you have quite a number of soldiers on the song. How do you first of all get these soldiers on the song? Did they hear it somewhere like you want to hop on it, or you felt like, hey, this song will need medical on it, it will need this guy on it? How did you bring your soldiers together on a remix?
He's gonna answer that.
Okay, so tell me.
Okay. Medical was the first person
to reach out
to hop on the song. Yeah.
Wow.
You saw it under Lewin's video, and then he wanted to give a free verse. So he was the first artist to be on the remix. And then my brother talked to Famille, Kwame Eugene, Bosom Pion and the others, and then they decided to hop on.
But you guys really think that the song needs a remix? I think the song is big. Do you think it needs a remix? Honestly.
Yeah, it's now becoming big.
Oh, you think he has not gotten there yet?
Yeah.
It still has that trajectory to blow.
Yeah, so we have to take our time and let it go. So we want to drop this remix to let the song go. So I don't think, people have been saying that we don't need a remix, but I think we need a remix for that.
I see. Okay, well, Dead People has joined me in the studio. They have joined me in the studio to talk about Otahunu. There is going to be a remix that is coming out next week, I believe. So we are going to show a teaser of the remix. Now, they have mentioned that Medical is in there, Familia is in there, Kwame Eugene. Is Kwame Eugene rapping or he's singing?
Okay, I think.
No, you will find it. You will find out yourself.
Oh, okay, all right. So, but apart from what time, when are you guys working on a project? Like, do you have an EP coming out? Do you have a new song coming out? I mean, just to know what Dead People is up to.
Okay, yeah, sure. I think this platform is going to be the first, like, to tell the people out there this. We are working on an EP, and the title of the EP is Chill Drill. It is only drill music. Yeah, it's only drill music. Yeah, so
the first time. Yeah.
So Ghanaians should just get ready for it. Hot one. Yeah.
Now, I know that was my last question, but before you guys go, tell me honestly, do you think that Ghana is ready for chill drill or Asaka music or whatever Americans call it? But do you guys think that we are ready for a wave of this nature? Because we've seen. Do you think it's going to be short-lived, or if it's okay? What should we do to maintain this new genre? Because for some of us, I don't think we've heard it before. This is like a new sound, all right? And we've seen it pick up the heat. What should we do to maintain it? What should we do to keep it running?
So for us, we're so keen about message, the kind of message that you're preaching. It has to be a message people can relate to. So when you put that message on that drill instrumental, then it's gonna be big regardless. So if it's a good message, people love the message, they're gonna love it.
And they will sustain the dream. So would you guys say you are the pioneers of chill drill?
Yeah.
We are the
originators.
You heard them?
Yeah.
You know me, I tell you, bloggers, please don't carry me away. Dead people are the pioneers of chill drill. So when you're giving respect, please give it to them. Charlie, thank you guys so much for joining me. I mean, I brought them here because of the remix. I want you guys to see a teaser or just, Kwame Eugene, he's my guy. I'm not too sure what he's going to do there. So just like you, I'm also anxious to know what's happening there on the time. Charlie, thank you so much for coming through. I'll definitely call you guys back to have a longer conversation. Okay. All right, so your name again is?
Kofi Control.
Kofi Control and?
Kwaku Richie.
Together, they are
dead people.
Dead people. Not dead people, but... Okay. All right, so let's check out Dead People with the Otan Hunu remix featuring Kwame Eugene Medical Family right here on the City Countdown. Check it out.
Hey, hey, rockstar.
Yeah, round two.
Swat.
Hey, do you win him?
Yeah, don't tell me.
Get a follow.
Dead people. Rich Kent. What? Why you hate on me as my brother, man? Why? Put some.
Disappear on the beat.
What's on here? Now me.
Man, pioneers of chill drill. Let's see how that goes. Charlie, I wish them all the best of luck on their journey, and yeah, we see how that pans out. Now, still in a matter of journey, Darko Vibes and Kim Promise have moved 2 places up this week, occupying the number 6 spots. Produced by Street Beats, these 2 young kings show you how it is done in a song.
Number 6.
Just trying to get what I'm making. Yeah. GDs do me like wobbe. Yeah. Same taste, sipping gin, lime and more. Yeah. GD make a craze with a body shape. Yeah. Give me good soup on a Sunday. Yeah. Follow for you on the first day. Me pay your team in nice one. Yeah. Oh, I change my girl home for a while. Oh, I change my girl home for a while. All them other boys just go school, yeah. Won't make you know, say I do it, wow. Won't make you know, say I do it, wow. Never let you go, say I do it, wow. I put all the energy you give me in the song. All the good vibe you give me in the song. I put all the loving that you give me to everything. My pretty little things, see I never. Put all the energy you give me in the song. All the good vibe you give me in the song. I put all the loving that you give me to everything. My pretty little things, see I never. Girl, I give you my body, girl, I give you my soul. I give you anything you want, make I know. Oh my girl, you blow my mind, yeah. Honey, my girl, like a boy, you love me, get no. No need you, so I need my face, like I know. Oh my girl, I know the lie. Everything, baby girl, you be everything. be ba. I put all the energy you give me in the song. All the good vibes you give me.
Yes, indeed. Put all the vibes you guys be giving me on the countdown and let me know what you guys think so far with the hashtag CT Countdown. The handle for my social media is Olele Salvador, at Olele Salvador, everywhere, anywhere. You got me, all right? Now, back in Promise, his album, you remember his album As Promised? Yeah, it has now become Ghana's highest streamed album of all time on Spotify. Did I hear clap? Yeah. It has actually surpassed 24 million streams. Abuzigi. What? Anyway, Charlie, congrats to all Prome and all the fans globally contributing to this feat. It's no small feat, trust me. It's no small feat. Spotify, tweet, Charlie. Anyways, Miss V has dropped a place this week after she moved out to number 4 last week. Yeah, I know. Produced by Kizzy Beats and securing the number 5 spot, she calls this one Baby.
Number 5.
I go there with you, baby. This tune is made by Kizzy Beats. I don't promise ain't nothing no more, 'cause I feel in you, baby. Give me all you got and I'll be yours. Only you, my baby. Anywhere you go, I will go. 'Cause I'm there with you, baby. I don't promise ain't nothing no more, 'cause I feel in you, baby. Bra, me new best da. I go serious, yeah. I go serious, yeah. Oh baby, bra, me new best da. I go serious, yeah. Hey, yeah. Boy, make I love you one time. I gotta love you all time. I no go leave you, baby boy, any other time. I no go do you one kind. Boy, me need noni. If I know see you, then I'm not me. True love is the story. Me and you, baby, for this glory. Oh, na. No way, I will never leave you, baby. Lie. It's okay, I will always be your baby. Na. No way, I will never leave you, baby. Lie. It's okay, I will always be your baby. All over me, ain't nothing no more, 'cause I'm feeling you, baby. Give me all you got, baby. I'll be yours, oh my baby. Only you, my baby. Anywhere you go, baby. 'Cause I'm there with you, baby. Anywhere you go, baby.
Yeah. If you thought that was something to talk about, listen to this one. She was at number 6 last week. Eyebrows were raised because she was doing well, climbing up the ranks, and then she had a mighty fall. I guess she has found her mojo this time, and hopefully it takes her all the way to the top. From falling 2 places last week and now appreciating in growth, Adina, my baby, is now number 4 this week with her beautiful record, which is coming off her Araba album, and she calls this one Why.
Number 4.
Before I make you my boo, but you're not really ready for this low. I go see Annie, Jessica, and me. Every other night's a different girl, I can't believe it. Do I have to tell you how I feel before you see me? Can you tell me why? Why, oh, why, oh, can you tell me why, oh, why, oh, boy, who you taking home tonight? I did feel you when I know the lie, but who you taking home tonight?
You know, when I was enjoying the video, my director actually reminded me about my DJ Copy shot, and I feel very conflicted right now because, you know, DJ Copy is very far away and I just might not get it. So why don't I try the local ministry, then later I'll graduate to the foreign ministry. Anyways, well, at this juncture, we have actually gotten to number 11, Concourse Street. You know what's going on here? Yeah, we get to find out what our raters picked up this week on Rumor Has It. Rumor number 1. You know, I think I need a Don't Call Me Bell. Don't. Captain Planet of 4x4 fame after going solo, you know, when he released hit songs like Obiajo Big Girl, Miss You Die, and you know, featuring Kiddy and Sang Billy, amongst many others. He has suggested that the reason to why his other 4x4 members may not be as visible as he is because Coded and Fresh Prince are doing their best, but they usually do not go all out to promote their songs they release, unlike he does. Simple does it. That's it. All right. So you can go check out GhanaWeekend.com. The full interview with my senior colleague Kwame Dazi is there, and then make do whatever you read on there. All right. Now, rumor number 2 is now celebrated highlight musician Daddy Lumba. Yep, is ready to give Ghanaians some good highlight songs with his latest album. Yeah, man. If I'm telling you, best believe it is true. Yep. Now, according to Philip Kobna, Ajiman Apia Kubi, that Luba's manager, yeah, the High Life Jam is about to, he's actually putting some finishing touches to the album, like the Wele Sebe Kontomre, you know. Yeah, and he's just looking to re-establish his dominance in the music industry, because the truth is some of the songs you are listening these days, it doesn't cut it. All right. Now, the manager actually said in an interview that anyone who listens to the songs of the album will feel the richness, you understand, of the instruments. All right. And look, get the feeling as though they were listening to him perform live on stage. What? Charlie, he says the venue and the date for the launch will be announced soon. So you guys keep your eyes and your ears around, okay? When I get to know the date too, I'll let you know, okay? But that's all for Rumor Has It today. We move, okay? After such spicy gist, man for drink water, okay? So when I come back from this break, I will take you to Nigeria, where we are gonna be hanging out with an African giant on this week's African hit song for the week. I'll be right back.
City TV is live on DSTV. Go to channel 363. On GoTV, access City TV on channel 182. On a digital TV, please press the menu button on the remote control and run a new search on your TV. Take note that without an antenna, you cannot access City TV on your television. City TV can be accessed on a free-to-air digital box like the GoTV and StarTimes box. City TV, it's your world.
Election 2020, Ghana makes a choice. Tracking and bringing reports of the presidential and parliamentary campaigns across the length and breadth of this nation.
Analyzing campaign activities and election data with our panelists on the Voters' Diary.
The Voters' Diary is the most factual, instructive, and balanced election 2020 analysis program on television.
The Voters' Diary, every weekday on City TV from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m.
Stay informed on all the relevant issues on election 2020.
Tune into the Voters' Diary, it's Ghana's choice.
This is the City Countdown.
Welcome back. No time to waste. Make we enter Lagos. I want manager people, how far? Charlie, how on a day? NSAS, hashtag NSAS. Charlie, you guys have my support. Charlie, no doubt about it. Now, 2 months ago, Oluwaberna, twice as storm. And he took the world by storm, Charlie. But there's a powerful song in there he features Stormzy on, and the visuals for that song has been released. He calls this one Real Life.
African music hit.
It ain't like you hearing it and it's like moving you. You know, music is, and the music you making is life, and it's like new life. It's important for me to understand the state of mind and the life you live and where you're, you know, where you're at right now.
Pull up like surprise is the president. Can't you see that I'm in my element? I might just decide to slide on my enemies. I go along on a glide for the hell of it. I bring a different vibe when I'm stepping in. If I ain't right, I'm correcting it. Everybody know for sure I'ma take it there. So cross your T's and dot your I's when you're messaging. I never subscribe to guys on the internet, living for the cloud, telling lies to the press again. Better don't take me for the fool, I ain't never been. Don't bother with lies, I'm wise when I'm checking them. I'm redirecting them back to the sentiment. Then you go see reality, go start arresting them. Be like say them no hear when I was telling them. With life real, I ain't living like the rest of them.
Yes, we are blessed, but it's harder to see sometimes. Trying to find my peace of mind. You said, how could you be so blind, baby? You just follow your dreams, you gotta live your life. I'll give you something to believe in, I'ma be the reason. So please stay. Say you won't leave. Real life is for living, but the price you've been given's not cheap. Please stay, we'll share the whole fee, yeah. Real life is for living, use this life that you live and be free.
Yo, dog, I seen you in time as well.
Man's out here, bro.
Jesus. And in that time, names have been ringing bells, you boy.
Real life is for living, use this life.
I wonder which style them guys them go trying out. Live on and never hear my story, make you find out. I know say nobody is an island, but if them want yash, make you no lie down. And I know you feed me, I realize but the way you done they move, I know they like somebody want to wear the shoe and no size May I be Destiny's Child, a survivor. Real no be China. From young I've been a guy, and nothing I ever said ever been a lie. Anytime you see me look up in the sky, I can see the daylight in the night. When you see a soldier smile, it's a good sign. That's the way it is in the south side. I no go let you slide, no not this time. Right now I'm trying to rap a good time. Goodbye.
You man, fam. What you saying, fam? Come here. Hey, my bro. Hey, yo.
Have you ever seen an older get frozen in time till they're younger than you cause you've grown and they've died, and all you have left is a hole in your mind, a ghost in his prime, frozen in time. They don't get any more moments to shine, just media alluding to involvement in crime. Left their family, their friends, and the whole ends behind. Don't look at me like that. You think we pick and choose who gets to win and lose? You think we don't sometimes want to walk in different shoes? You think we don't see more for these gifted youths than pedal back shifts and moves? All now your mum doesn't understand why the f*** her son was stabbed. Nothing on earth can make your dad believe there's a good reason why you had to leave. You left the man them too mad to grieve. Now your little sister's generation has to back the beef. And no one knows why this had to be, but it's real life. And it's sad to see.
Yes, we are blessed, but it's harder to see sometimes. Trying to find my peace of mind. You said, how could you be so blind, babe? You just follow your dreams, you gotta live your life. I'll give you something to believe in, I'ma be the reason. So please stay. Say you won't leave.
Charlie. Powerful song, powerful message, powerful video. Charlie, Burna Boy has actually really established himself as a change maker through his music. We have witnessed it time and time again with his songs and other visuals accompanying his music, especially from this album. Yeah, and I see a man who is not just doing music, but leaving footprints of impact wherever his music is played. And of course, you can say he's walking in the footsteps of his godfather, Fela Kuti. Maybe. Time will tell. Yeah? Now let's come back home and continue the journey we began at the start of the show. We have counted down from number 10 all the way to number 4. It's now time to find out who and who made it to the top 3 this week. So at number 3 this week is the man who has been pushed down time and time again each week. So he had to change his prayer topics and get back up. You get me? Last week, he got back up to number 3, and this week, he has stayed put. I guess you already know who this is, yeah? From the Beam Nation Ministries, it is Apostle Stonebwoy with Putu.
Number 3.
Yeah. Why? Samputuma putu, samputuma petre, sampatama suku. Wangana na the share. Wanna be, on your body, wanna be your body, on your body, on your body. Wanna be your body, on body, on chogobi. Wanna be chogobi, on chogodi. Wa. Sampatama peche, sampatoma puchu, sampatama pocho, sankatanga puchu, sampatama pepe, sampatana pumpu. Sampatana pepe, pray, you go better. Pray, you go better. Solema, you go better. Solema, you go better. Dan ambagadum digin, sagadum bodin, mampana madaba bum, porobo, some pompe. Bottom, bottom, giddy, spark, bottom, Sampatama putu, sampatama tenbeta, sampatama luku, bensekwenek benzeta, sampatama putu, sampatama bobota, sampatama kuku, putu, pray, you go better, pray, you go better. Solema, you go better. Solema, you go better. Sampatama peche, sampatoma puchu, sampatama pocho, sankatanga puchu, sampatama pepe, sampatana pumpu, sampatana pepe, tegade wundo godo, dan tegade, ambagadum bigin, tegade.
Charlie, yes indeed, you gotta pray for things to change and things to get better. However, there's been a switch at number 2 this week. Kwame Eugene has fallen to number 2 with his Open Gate song. Yeah, so I guess we gotta do our walk-ins a bit earlier than we used to.
Number 2.
Open Gate Rockstar, and they call me Eugene. Call your mommy, make I call my mommy. Where they everybody they should hear what I have to say. My baby, pretty baby, oh my sexy lady, I can't wait for our wedding. And on that day, and on that day, everybody go suja. Open gate, then go open gate, open gate, then go open for you. Open gate, open gate,
But Charlie, as you open gates again, be like we close with that. It's time for me to check out and make way for our latest king of the chart this week. Thank you so much for tuning in to City TV and watching the City Countdown with me. You citizens are the best. Special shout outs going out to dead people for passing through the studio and interacting with me as well. Now, before I go, remember that if your songs or your playlist do not have the songs we featured on today's show, you have two options. You either update it or you delete it. Okay, my name still remains Emmanuel Sapon. Find me at Olele Salvador on Twitter, Instagram, Charlie, everywhere, and let me know what you've been up to. Okay, so for number one this week, and now our latest kings of the chart. Ketcha, Europe, the Alagoon to Green brothers, who have always had one message since they joined the chart, and that message has just been two words: no darling. I'll see you again, God willing, next week. Bye bye.
Number 1.
Just cute him. No, yeah.
Medasi.
They call you Gina. Jam rhythm. Yeah. Rockstar. DJ Camila. Drop the song, make we dance. Oh, DJ Camila. Drop the song, make we dance. Yeah. Where the party there today? Hey mama, hey I have a sip. Secure body, man, ya corner. Cause hey mama, hey I have a sip. So where the party there today? Hey mama, hey I have a sip. Secure body, man, ya corner. Hey mama, hey I have a sip. You make sad for no reason. Don't you know, say this be our season. If the pray make a fall, kite, you dreaming. Nanka better now, yeah. You make sad for no reason. Don't you know, say this be our season. If the pray make a fall, kite, you dreaming. Nanka better now, yeah. Wusuna mi yo. Chansrumo, wususu crew and bemo. Don't you know, say God in control? Yeah. Nanka better now, yeah.
Medasi.
Where the party there today? Hey mama, hey I have a sip. Secure body, man, ya corner. Cause hey mama, hey I have a sip. So where the party there today? Hey mama, hey I have a sip. Secure body, man, ya corner. Hey mama, hey I have a sip.
I'm going in. Hey, what time of brave? Into what da. Social media pressure, Jaimina Nanyampa. I saw from try it, yes, Bank waba. Who want to pay me a tone, we are so biancha wasa. Come a packet, Missika de Coquasa, say, Obian in Kamatoma, Boye, Papa, ye, Obi Pondasi. Ayo, a bravo, a tiny, better than a compo. What package ya and fa? Is it by force to speak some brofo? Yeah, fancy Moisha a virgin. What's what ya your bedding? Okro, we're watching the landing, and you teatio, my brethren. And to forget me in Diasa, no Pia Deca, forget me in Diasa. Yes, cute.
Where the party there today? Hey mama, hey I have a say. Take your body, man, ya corner. Cause hey mama, hey I have a say. So where the party there today? Your body, man, ya corner. Hey, mama, hey, I have a say. Oh, yeah. Catch ya.
Medasi.
and welcome to the Constituency on City TV. Today, we are reaching you from the Klote Kole constituency in the Osu Klote municipality. My name is Freme Dunyame. Klote Kole is one of the well-developed constituencies in the Greater Accra region. The constituency spans across Asalam Down, Adabraka, Osu, Ridge and parts of Accra Central and Kwame Nkrumah Circle. It was one of the constituencies that had representation in Parliament since the First Republic. In the First Republic, the name was Klote, but was changed to Osu Klote in the Second and Third Republics. Since the inception of the Fourth Republic, its name was changed to Klote Kole. It has an estimated population of 163,415. The constituency hosts a lot of the country's monumental buildings, including the Christianborg Castle, the Parliament House, the Independence Square, the Accra Sports Stadium, the Accra International Conference Centre, Ghana's banking hub, the Electoral Commission and the Accra Regional Hospital. Klote Kole also houses Ghana's administrative quarters, ministries, government agencies and departments. It will be hosting the yet-to-be-built National Cathedral. So still in the Klote Kole constituency, this is Asylum Down. Now this is the constituency that hosts the headquarters of the governing New Patriotic Party. But ironically, the seat is occupied by the NDC. Now the MP for this area, as you well know, is Dr. Zaneto Rollins. The constituency is cosmopolitan with many people from different backgrounds living in the constituency. The southern part of the constituency has the fishing community, the Christianborg Castle,